Welcome to Barrett-Jackson Las Vegas, the world's greatest collector car auctions.
And do we have some star power for you this week? Take a Fast Five and soak up this pop culture icon.
We'll be unleashing these beasts that can go 0 to 60 in a blink of an eye.
The Brian Frank collection has some real eye-poppers, including this trio of rare 409s.
We have Hemis and Hellcats.
Award winners and head-turners. Convertibles. Highly collectibles.
Some great-looking resto mods with even better-looking bods.
You'll see it all here in Las Vegas.
And we're kicking it all off right now on FYI.
It's the ultimate party town and the world's greatest collector car auction. Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas, a perfect combination. Well, the partying started on Wednesday. The Barrett-Jackson Gala was held at Dre's Beach Club, a perfect location, up on the roof overlooking the Las Vegas Strip. It was a perfect opportunity for everybody to get together and have a little bit of fun and some entertainment. Had buyers and sellers mingling, well, before the money and the wallet started to do battle. That happened yesterday when the first day of the auction unfolded. Plenty of cars crossing the block. The top seller, well, it was this 1973 Mustang, the end of the first generation. It hammered sold at $60,000. Now, to be honest with you, no one really expected that car to be the top seller. It was a surprise. And guess what? That's what happens on a regular basis here at Barrett-Jackson. This is the ultimate in reality television. We have no idea when the money flies what's going to be the top seller at the end of the day. And today's a perfect example. It's the second day of the auction. We see the quality of the cars and the prices of the cars go up. And what's going to be the top seller today? Well, there's only two people that even have a slight clue. Those are two bidders who are going to go battling head to head, wallet to wallet, to see if they can get the top sale of the day. As always, we've assembled the best broadcast team to give you insight. So we're going to take a quick stroll with two of the best in the business, Mike Joy and Steve Mugnante.
Thanks, Rick, and hi, everyone. All the cars in this row are going to cross the auction block today. My granddad had a Caddy just like this one. I was 8 years old when it was brand new.
And I was 8 years old in 1972 when this Chevy pickup was also brand new. And of course, the C8, who would have imagined we'd see a mid-engine Corvette finally for 2020, and right here.
Oh, I remember in Motor Trend, 1970. The mid-engine Corvette, it's coming, but they were a little early. Hey, Steve, a Roadrunner. Dare we?
You know what to do.
We
Get
dare.
the mic going, and here we go with...
Yeah, this one has the Coyote Duster air cleaner. Very, very cool car.
And the mighty 426 Hemi under the hood.
Right. Pickups. Pickups have long been big at Barrett-Jackson. This is gleaming school bus yellow.
It sure is. Now, this is not a Chevy Cameo. This is a GMC Suburban Carrier.
Wow.
And like all GMC pickups of this time, a Pontiac V8 with tri-power added. But again, don't call this a Cameo. It's the GMC version thereof.
I've never seen one. And Rick, that's what's so cool about Barrett-Jackson. Everybody's here to learn, including us.
Right on.
Well, thanks, Mike and Steve. And not only are all those cars crossing the block today, every single one of them at no reserve. All right, time to meet the next member of our broadcast team, the host of Hoovie's Garage on YouTube. Here's Tyler Hoover.
Well, it's someone's chance today by the latest and greatest of Ford Mustang. This is a 2022 Ford GT500, and it's extra special because it is the carbon fiber track pack car. You see back here the big carbon fiber spoiler, and then these carbon fiber wheels down here, ultra light. But it's even better optioned if you look inside. It does have the Recaro seating in here. So this is pretty much an every option box checked car, but these come stock with an incredible powertrain. Take a look under the hood. 760 horsepower of the 5.2-liter V8, amazingly fast dual-clutch transmission. These things are absolute monsters. They haven't made anything better yet. This one's only a year old with 250 miles.
Well, thanks, Tyler. Now it's time to meet up with the next member of our broadcast team, a lady with an amazing amount of automotive knowledge. Here's April Rose.
Hey, thanks, Rick. Now I'm surrounded by all these beautiful cars, but check this out. 1961 VW bus pickup. Yes, you heard me, it's a pickup. I love the iconic look, highlighted by the two-tone paint of the front here. The stainless steel trim is removed for a more modern look, and of course the emblem just pops right out. You got the split window up front, and if you need air conditioning back in 61, this is it. This is your vent window right here. Now I want you to see inside. I love the houndstooth bench seat, all new back there. Pretty basic design, but it gets the job done. Now we'll see the rare 23-window VW buses sell for quite a lot, but this is even more rare, being the 3-door pickup version. And back in the day, this dual cab design was leading the way because you didn't see other makers doing it. Now it's got a 1600cc engine, 4-speed, and of course that great modern color of alabaster gray and mouse gray really set it apart. DeBrule?
Well, thanks, April. No shortage of imports here at Barrett-Jackson, so we've got one on our broadcast team as well, all the way from Australia. Here's Christian Murphy.
Very unfair, Rick. Here's something you don't often see, a brand new race car that you could buy today as it crosses the auction block. This is a 2017 Ford Shelby FP 350S race car. It was actually built by a dealer, but has never ever been raced. There's only 50 produced in the 2017 model year, and this is actually number 45. Take a look inside. Everything has been gutted out, as you would expect in a race car, but brand new, never been raced. I just love that. Power comes from a 5.2-litre 4-valve per cylinder Voodoo V8. It's paired with a Tremec 3160 6-speed transmission. It's fitted with all of the performance, power and handling equipment from Ford Performance than you could possibly think of. The only thing it really lacks is an instruction manual on how to drive it, which is actually what I would need if I was to even think about taking it on the track. Rick?
Murph, driving it's easy, staying out of trouble, that's hard. All right, we have 2 full days of Barrett-Jackson auction coverage left. A full day on FYI, we have 6 hours. We're starting at 3 p.m. Eastern time, going all the way to 9 p.m. tonight. And then tomorrow, we have 7 hours live on the History Channel, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Get yourself a cooler, sandwiches, get in front of the couch, because there's all kinds of great cars that will be crossing the block during the next 2 days of our coverage here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. We'll be right back right after this. Day 2 here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. Up on the block right now, we're talking Porsche 2001 Boxster Cabriolet.
Well, the great thing about the Boxster is if you do any traveling, there's lots of room for luggage onto the front, onto the back, because the engine is actually located midships. Now, the only downside is if you do your own maintenance work, well, it's not so easy to get at the engine, which again is inside.
Yeah, one of the downsides to a Boxster, especially of this era, is when you're buying it, you have to realize some of the maintenance costs are going to cost you more than you expect. A perfect example is just a simple oil change. There's a lot of work going underneath to take pieces out of the way. It's going to cost you a minimum $300 to get the oil change on something like this.
Well, the big thing here on early Boxsters, the IMS bearing, the intermediate motor shaft bearing. The design from Porsche, I don't want to call it faulty, but on quite a number of early Boxsters, they were not long-lived. There is a replacement kit available from the aftermarket that does a great job. It has a much longer life. There's no indication whether that change has been done here or whether it was needed. But boy, $6,000 for a mid-engine Porsche running and driving? Wow.
Yeah, and there are those in the Porsche world. I mean, everybody loves the 911, but the Boxster with the mid-engine configuration, ultimately a sometimes, people will argue, better handling car than a 911.
Well, this is the car that saved Porsche, Rick, when they weren't selling enough 911s to stay in business. Now, this has the Tiptronic automatic transmission. No paddles yet. There were buttons on the steering wheel that you tipped up to upshift and down to downshift manually. That may hold this back. Most people who want a P car want to stir it themselves.
Well, $9,000, like you say, not a bad deal for the fact you've now got yourself a 2001 Porsche Boxster Cabriolet. Let's take a look at what's about to cross the block on our Meguiar's on deck cam. It's this 1992 Mercedes-Benz 500 SL Roadster to 76,000 original miles on the odometer. Gleaming black, getting shined up. It'll be up on the block in just a moment. Meanwhile, we got a 2014 Mercedes-Benz. This is a CLA 250.
This one is mildly customized, some niche wheels, and it has been well loved. There's 105,000 miles on the clock of what became Mercedes' base entry in the United States, but not a 250 sedan. This CLA is the coupe body style. Yes, it's the four-door, but Mercedes considered these coupes, starting with the CLS 550, and here it is in a downsized version.
Speaking of base level, entry level Mercedes, in 1974, the 240D diesel was the entry level Mercedes. And check it out, it had 67 horsepower. Yes, 67 horsepower in that diesel. This has an inline four-banger, but way more than that. In fact, the days of an underpowered Mercedes-Benz were long over. Even though this has Mercedes' smallest engine, it still is capable of 120 miles an hour.
Yep, it's a C-Class, but still a lot of fun. $13,500 for that car. 2014 CLA 250. Up on the block now with this one we were talking about just a moment ago, a 92 Mercedes-Benz 500 SL Roadster.
Out of California, and with quite a few kind of Cal-type touches, these grille slats would be chrome, much like the three-pointed star. They've been done in a matte gold finish. The wheels are chrome, and the interior nicely refreshed here, not refinished, in kind of a saddle tan with a lot of burled wood. And I can't see how many miles on this one.
76,000.
76,000 miles. A lot of ways to go here.
Yeah, to your point, Mike, you know, a lot of these cars are sold all over the country, of course, in the Northeast, where I'm from. And what you really want is to find one from California, Arizona, and arid place, because it's still crisp, no sign of rust anywhere.
Now, this does have a retractable, folding, convertible fabric top and the pop-up roll bar. This car also comes with the optional hard top, which is lift on, lift off, and store it up in the garage when it's not being used. So truly an all-weather Mercedes SL. Note the two-tone on this car. The bumpers and the lower body side are a different color than the upper body. That is intentional, not an intentional two-tone, but they didn't want them to try to match the paint between the metal panels and the plastic panels below.
Thumbs up from that gentleman, $11,000, the hammer price for that 1992 Mercedes-Benz 500 SL. Coming up, something completely different, a 1936 Pontiac Silverstreak. Check this out. It's got a straight 8-cylinder engine, 3-speed manual transmission, lots of travel and driving experiences in this thing. It'll be up soon. Back here in Las Vegas, the Silverstreak ready to cross the block. Gotta love that Pontiac emblem. Big, bold hood, sitting out in the staging lanes. All kinds of interesting things out there right now. The Cadillac, Porsche right behind it, Mercedes, Corvettes. That's the great thing about Barrett-Jackson. Truly an eclectic collection of cars like this. A 2006 Porsche Cayenne, but this one's special. It's an S Titanium edition.
Well, Porsche stood all the enthusiasts on their ear, never mind the mid-engine Porsche. When they said, we're going in the SUV business, everybody gasped. But we have a Cayenne S. It's more modern than this one, but it is by far the best SUV I've ever driven in terms of handling and ride and conveniences, and wow. And it goes. So Titanium edition, this is pretty special. Look at the titanium trim, all in the upper greenhouse and in the roof rack, wheels painted to match, nice Sahara beige interior, all in leather. You need the room and you want the performance, this is your car. And by the way, the best-selling Porsches today, the Macan and the Cayenne. They're two SUVs.
Yeah, this kind of kicked the door open for brand extensions like the Mustang Mach-E and apparently the upcoming Corvette-based SUV. And as long as they still make the pure sports car, I say bring them on, no problem.
Lamborghini has the Urus and Ferraris. They won't call it an SUV, but we know what it is, and it's headed for showrooms shortly. They did a lot to make 911 owners feel comfortable in this SUV. Note that the ignition key is to the left of the steering wheel, as on every 911 ever made. The 5-round gauges, the gauge binnacle, very similar to the 911. So if you already owned a Porsche and you got one of these, they wanted you to feel right at home.
Well, I always remember they had a commercial with the guy who had his phone at the back of the car and he was revving up the Porsche engine to say, yeah, cool, isn't it? It's a Porsche.
Beautiful car, beautiful spec of a special edition, and only the odometer will hold it back. It's at 104,000 miles. A lot of life left here. Sold.
Sold at $12,000 for a 2006 Porsche Cayenne S Titanium Edition. Well, this week's festivities kicked off at the Las Vegas Convention Center on Thursday morning when 10 young co-pilots experienced a supercar adventure when they crossed the auction block. Got to do it in Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and McLarens, all part of the Driven Project, a team up with Barrett-Jackson to provide supercar therapy to kids who are battling critical and chronic illnesses. Kids were introduced to the crowd, took some pictures, then got to cruise Las Vegas Boulevard before returning to the auction block for a full day of family fun. You know, the smiles on their faces said it all. What a wonderful way to kick off the 2023 Barrett-Jackson Las Vegas auction. Great event for all the families who gathered and the kids as well who were going through so much. 2012 Jaguar XJ up on the block.
Wow, what a long wheelbase beauty this four-door sedan is. 5-liter V8, so plenty of power, plenty of comfort too. Wood wheel, wood dash. This one's had 80,000 miles on the clock, so it has been well loved. But for a family car, well, you couldn't get a whole lot more luxurious than this. Look at all that lovely leather and deep wool carpet, and there's just as much room in the back seat as there is up front. In fact, maybe more so. And the backseat passengers will enjoy the panoramic roof above. Pretty spec. Very nice car.
Now this one is powered by a V8. If you know your Jaguar history, back in the 20th century, Jaguars were traditionally inline 6 or a V12. No V8 till you get into the 21st century when Jaguar discovered the wonders of the Benz 8.
$15,000 for that 2012 Jaguar XJ. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm in the pre-staging lanes. These are where all the cars line up to then go across the block. And I'm with this 1981 Bronco. I know I'm always looking at Broncos, but I have an addiction. They are just so cool. Now, this one has the chromatic package. Well, the graphics were added after, and they reflect in the night. It's such a cool look. You got the swing-away mirrors, and the back comes off if you have enough friends to help you. It's a pretty cool ride. Now, I want you to look inside. It's really neat to see the luxurious Ranger package with these cloth inserts, and they still actually wanted to roll their own gears with the 4-speed manual right there. So you got luxury and you got a little muscle in the arm. Now, it's got a 302 with a 4-barrel carburetor. I mean, this truck is over 40 years old. It looks great. If you want to get into the collector car hobby, Rick, this is a great place to start.
Yeah, big and bold. I love the graphics on the side, and it's a Bronco. And right now we know Broncos are hot. 2004 Hummer H2, but this one has some custom touches.
Yeah, these Extreme Mutter custom wheels by XM. And of course, unlike the H1, this is not underpowered. This has the mighty 6-liter gas V8, the aluminum block, aluminum head version of the LS Corvette engine.
All right, so you bought the biggest, baddest SUV in America. You bought the big Hummer. Do you really want to tell your friends that you ordered it with the comfort package? I don't think so, but you're going to enjoy it. Look at those leather seats, seating for 5 with the fold-down center armrest, the sunroof. Yeah, I think the comfort package is entirely appropriate. Just don't tell anybody.
$15,000, those big 4x4 Hummer H2. We saw 3 of those cross the block yesterday. This is the 4th one we've seen here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. Some people are pretty fanatical when it comes to El Caminos, and Mike Joy's one of them. We got a 72 El Camino up on the block right now.
Well, yes, I am, Rick. I've had an 86, I've had a 71, and this is a 72. A lot of customization here. Special PPG gray paint. larger than stock wheels, and all the trim has been blacked out on this one.
Yeah, and last year for this styling cycle, which went 68 through 72, and the beauty is 1972 brought us the engine designator in the VIN. Here we see the letter H, so it was born at 350 small block.
So let's remember when GM built the El Camino out of their two-door station wagon, back then, full-size pickups were not comfortable to drive and ride in. They were nowhere near as civilized as the pickups of today. So the El Camino had it all. You had a generous-sized bed to carry everything in, and yet from here forward it's a Chevelle, so you rode in the comfort of a car with a workhorse of a truck. I think it was the best of all vehicles for its time, and that's why I love them.
Well, and everybody loves the 1970 model. Okay, that's the one that gets all the attention. I'm a big fan of getting something like a 72. Yeah, not quite as desirable as that peak 1970 model, but the same basic styling, the same basic look for a little less money.
I will say one thing. Owners of Chevelle 2- and 4-door cars might look at the El Camino and say, what's up with those front fenders? Where's the hump, the bump, the power bolts? Well, you got to remember that the wagons and El Caminos had a flat fender. Otherwise, largely the same car.
$14,200 for a 72 El Camino pickup truck. Up on the block right now, a 1994 Ford Bronco XLT, and this is the first from the Tyler Hoover collection.
Well, you're going to look at this and you're going to say, okay, this is the O.J. Simpson Bronco. And, well, yes, it is. It looks just like, actually, Al Cowling's Bronco that was the subject of that great police chase involving O.J. Simpson. But I'm told that this one is from Los Angeles, and in the aftermath of all that, it was used for tours of all the O.J. referenced sites from all of that. So you probably saw this one going around Los Angeles, and you went, oh, yeah, I know that Bronco. Yeah.
It's true. If you go to Hollywood, there's all kinds of tours of infamy. My favorite is the Graveline tours, which takes you by the places of passing of Hollywood stars. But you name it, Hollywood will fill your desire.
No shortage of stories in that city, good, bad, and ugly. You know, the thing about this, only has 185 horsepower. You look at this, think there's going to be a big engine underneath. It's going to have some power. It's 1994. We were coming out of the Malaise era, but still, only 185 horsepower on this.
Nicely equipped with a step bumper and built-in trailer ball, aftermarket chrome wheels, swing-away spare, which preserves all that storage space inside.
I gotta say, this one is very crisp. I don't see any signs of flecking inside the wheel wells. This is very well preserved. I mean, as an example of the Bronco, these are beginning to follow the lead of the square body Chevrolets. This is a tremendous value at this point in time.
Now, the color's Oxford white. It doesn't talk about being repainted. I'm going to assume at some point it probably was, but as you say, you know, the roof, the paint, all shows well.
The rear bumper shows some markings here. City of Los Angeles, a residential parking permit. And this here either is a replica of something that was on the original O.J. Bronco, the Cowling car, or a license to carry passengers in Los Angeles when it served its duties as a tour guide machine.
$15,000, 1994 Bronco XLT, formerly a tour guide in L.A. for all the Bronco stuff back there, O.J. Simpson. We're going to take a quick break. We will come back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in Las Vegas right after this. Great thing about the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction here in Las Vegas, it's all inside the convention center, the West Hall. So all the cars are all laid out, plenty of carpeting to walk around on, but more importantly, lots of air conditioning. A little warm out there today. It'll be in the 90s, but inside, absolutely perfect. 2004 Chevy SSR pickup up on the block right now.
These are cool. I mean, what a whimsical and brave vehicle this is. Not a pickup truck, kind of a hot rod, bit of both. 5.3 liters. This one's an automatic, and again, the 6.0 would come a couple years later, but still, plenty of power here. And what a cool party trick. That hardtop roof doesn't come off. It folds down, and it's a dual weather vehicle. What a neat piece. I love them.
Really, it's a styling exercise, and it was kind of fun that they were willing to play. And it's got a little bit of a retro vibe to it, but this wasn't designed to be sold in massive numbers. They weren't trying to, break the bank in terms of total sales. It was something to have fun with. And, a lot of these were used as pace cars. It was something that people could go, oh, they're building something cool at Chevrolet.
And no V6s, no Turbo 4s, always a V8, either the 5.3 or the big dog, the 6.0.
$19,500, solid money for a 2004 Chevy SSR. Well, if you'd like to test your collector car knowledge, perhaps grab a great prize in the process, you're going to want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. Go to promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com to register and play. You will try to predict the winning bid of select auction vehicles that will cross the block on Super Saturday. The winner at the end of all 4 of the 2023 Barrett-Jackson auctions will win the grand prize. That's a 2023 Dodge Charger. And if you're really on top of your game this week and you could predict the exact final bid of all 12 Fantasy Bid vehicles, you could win $100,000. It's called the Perfect 12 Jackpot, so you make sure you want to register to play. Terms and conditions apply. You have to be 18 to play. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. And have fun at it, after all. I love the car that's up on the block right now. Looking at this a lot this week in a 1970 BMW 2002.
Yeah, what a sweetheart this is. You got to remember that in Germany and Europe, these generally had 1.6-liter engines. The 2.0 2002 was considered a muscle car. In fact, a lot of German kids grew up driving these, as would an American drive a Plymouth Roadrunner. The 2002, very collectible. Beautiful example.
This was just about the best handling European sedan you could buy in 1970. These were raced in the Trans Am series with very good success. Schnitzer had a team, Don Pike, one of the drivers, so they did quite well. And let's have a look at the engine.
Yeah, I dig the clamshell hood, very racy, but again, the single overhead cam, aluminum head, 2-liter. Again, 40 or 20% larger than the standard 1.6. Plenty of power here for the weight of this car.
I mean, amazing to think that, they came out really into the modern era with something called the BMW 700. That was less than a decade earlier than this. And by 1970, they had themselves an awesome handling car that people wanted to buy. $22,000 for that 1970 BMW 2002. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, I'm in the pre-staging lanes with a really cool modern classic right here. The last of its breed, a 1996 Impala SS. This was the last year of this body style that was used as taxi cabs, as police cars, or as luxury cars like the Cadillac Fleetwood or the Buick Roadmaster. But this is probably the coolest iteration, the Impala SS. You see that dark cherry metallic paint, the alloy wheels. This is totally factory. It looks like a custom, but this is how it was made new. And this one very well preserved, only about 40,000 miles. But under the hood, you have the LT1, the 5.7-liter V8, so a detuned, sort of different Ironhead Corvette motor, but so much room for activities in here. I had a Buick Roadmaster, the wagon version of this, and it's so easy to reach into the engine to get anything. You can actually literally see the ground from here. I could step into this, and now I'm touching the ground in between the engine. I guess sort of a crumple zone, but I mean, almost mid-engine, I guess this thing is.
But can you get back out? That's the question, Tyler. Yeah, it used to be like that a long time ago. I used to work my way through college at Sears Automotive, and boy, we could easily step into the engine compartments. Up on the block now, a car we previewed for you, 1936 Pontiac Silverstreak. You'll get there eventually.
Oh, beautiful car with the 8-cylinder and, of course, the streaks down the hood. Very large, commodious trunk, and you would need it for what this car was used for, cross-country driving trips. There is a log of trips of 1,500 and 3,000 miles that accompanies this car. 3-speed manual transmission.
And on the middle of the hood, and in one of its very first appearances, here it is, this silver streak, which would be a Pontiac styling motif right into the mid-1950s, sometimes doubled up, but there it is right there for one of its first appearances right there. Big straight 8 flathead under the hood.
A lot of people call that the waterfall, introduced just the year before. Some people call it suspenders for an older car, but the waterfall is a pretty cool look.
This one is a factory radio-equipped car. Here's the antenna here. We can kind of see it over the cowl. And inside, we'll find that rudimentary AM factory radio. And interesting, tiny little creature, but the very beginnings of factory radios installed on the assembly line.
Yeah, very neat car. 1936 Pontiac Silverstreak, just sold here at Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas for $21,000. Now the number 2 sale next to that BMW 2002. Welcome back to the 2023 edition of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in Las Vegas. Let's check in with Christian Murphy, who's got a couple of special guests.
Thank you very much, Rick. Let me introduce you to my friends. This is Big Ole. Look at Big Ole and Craig Jackson. Well, he's the chairman and CEO of Barrett-Jackson. Steve Davis, the president. Gentlemen, Big Ole going across the block tomorrow, but a unique build. Craig, to you, how does Big Ole push the definition of what is a collector car these days, and how do you see that changing?
Well, you see everything changing and evolving in these tribute cars like this, but the gone in 60-second cars. These cars that you're not going to drive, well, you could drive, I guess, the original gone in 60-second car, but there's only a couple. If you want a car that has that sort of pedigree look and you want to go drive it, we're selling Danny Gantz gone in Elnor tomorrow. But I see these movie cars and the Provenance. But across the board, cars that people dreamed about, you can come here and buy whatever definition you put on it, whether it's a four-wheel drive to a modern supercar. Car collecting is so broad nowadays.
Steve, we had a lovely little chat there before about that Boss over there. We've had some collections, the Boyd, the Frank family collections. On the other end of that, a single family, one-owner car survivors like the Boss. Really interesting.
Absolutely, Murphy. And to me, that absolutely epitomizes what car collecting is all about. You look at that 1970 Boss, beautiful car, but you think about the original owner took the keys to that thing in 1970, and potentially now there's 3 generations of family that's lived through that car. We outgrew our clothes, the television technology, you throw the other one away, you update your appliances, but the car you love, you keep, and as a result of that, that's where the inherent value is. You can't wait to see that 70 Boss because you love that era. How about the 69 Roadrunner right next to it? Hemi car, matching numbers. You're in high school again if you're from that era. But maybe my grandpa had one now. So again, you're touching every generation in a special way, and that's really the inherent value of this amazing thing that we call Barrett-Jackson.
I mean, both of those things make the collector car hobby so much fun to be a part of. Today, let's get down to business. What can we expect from today? Quickly, Craig, to you.
We're really picking it up a notch. We already sold a gas pump this morning for $130,000. So the day kicked off. You know, yesterday was entry car level day. Friday, Saturday, that's when you get into the real Barrett-Jackson. Can't wait to get up to the block.
I can't wait to see what you've laid out for us, Steve. The docket?
Always a surprise, but I'll tell you, don't go away, because every car is potentially the home run that you've only heard about at Barrett-Jackson.
Going to be an absolutely great day, you fellas. Well done. Take it back up to Rick.
All right, thanks, Murphy. Yeah, absolutely. We never know going into the day what the #1 sale is going to be, and well, sometimes it can really surprise you. Up at the block now, a 2008 Porsche Cayenne. It's a turbo Overland Custom.
Yeah, in standard trim, these are fully capable on a road course, but again, this one's been lifted 2.5 inches, which is going to degrade some of its cornering capability, but gives it a lot more attitude.
This beautiful custom Overland SUV is powered by the twin turbo.
Yeah, the fun thing about this is how they've raised it, and we've seen some of these cross the block here at Barrett-Jackson that take it to the next level, where they've got full racks on the top, they've got lights everywhere, because these can be pretty capable vehicles. You can go a long way with them. People think, oh, you know, it's just a luxury SUV, but boy, I've seen stories about people who have dolled these up, taken all the off-road equipment, put it on there, and really had a lot of fun with these things.
That's true. I mean, this is a Porsche, and in stock trim, you know, things like stability control, anti-lock braking make these fully capable on a road course. As big as this is, it's not an SUV, it's not a barge. But again, with this lift kit, yeah, we're going toward attitude rather than function.
Well, don't sell this short. Porsche just announced and introduced a 911 off-roader, and they are going to sell that version in showrooms. You can order it now. It's styled after the famed Paris-Dakar rally cars. I've seen the car at Porsche headquarters in Atlanta. It's just wild. Yes, it's jacked up and lifted, and it's ready to go.
Well, the bottom line is different people do different things with their cars. They want them to appear different. There's going to be some group of people that are going to go, you know what, I've always loved a 911, but I want to do something different with it.
The Cayenne Turbo was the top of the line, so they sure didn't skimp when they built this one. They started with the one right at the top, and now it has a new owner.
Yeah, $12,000 for that 2008 Porsche Cayenne. Congratulations to those folks up in the skybox. Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to for all the information about the cars crossing the block today here at Barrett-Jackson. In fact, all the cars that crossed the block yesterday, all the cars that'll cross the block tomorrow, all the cars that crossed the block here last year. Just go to the website. You can research it all. 1958 Jaguar Mark I.
Well, in Britain, they would call this a saloon. We have a different use for that name, so we call these sedans. There's a beautiful Jaguar Leaper on the hood. It now appears on the trunk of modern Jaguars. But boy, this is really a beauty. 3.4-liter inline-six dual SU carburetors, and it has a GM or Borg Warner 3-speed automatic transmission.
Yeah, a little while ago we mentioned about how Jaguar discovered the mighty V8 in the 21st century. And of course, at this point, as you said, Mike, this would have an inline-six, but a dual event cam Hemi, very similar to what's used in the E-Type Jaguar.
Now, all the British manufacturers used Lucas lights, front and rear, and you may recognize this from the Bug-Eye Sprite, the early MGA, and here it is on a Jaguar, all from the same Lucas catalog. Beautiful leather, Connolly leather, Wilton carpet, and you're going to see a lot of burled wood inside because this was Jaguar's idea of a Rolls-Royce for less money. And these had a great racing heritage, too, on the road courses of England and of Europe.
And as most owners of British cars know, if you're jumping a dead battery, don't forget that positive is earth or ground, unless you want to do some welding.
There's a reason for that, and I did a little research after looking at a 56 Ford Fairlane with a 6-volt positive ground system. Electrical engineers at one time believed that electrons were designed to flow from negative to positive and thus flowing to Earth. That would make the positive Earth. I guess we've since learned differently because the convention now is that negative is ground.
Well, just part of the Lucas World History, $16,500 for a 1958 Jaguar Mark I sedan. 3.4-liter engine, like he was saying. Nicely done. Remember, we saw that 2012 Jaguar four-door roll across the block a little while ago. That dials the clock back quite a bit. 1988 Mercedes-Benz 560 SL.
Beautiful red over black, and now this appears to be a two-top car, hard top and soft top. Been very well enjoyed in the high 5 digits on the odometer. Automatic transmission, as all of these were. There were no sticks on this generation of SL or since.
And as beautiful as that top is, it is removable. The only downside is you got to have a place to put it on a rainy or a sunny day, I should say, when you want to go out. Kind of like a baby bird, 55 through 7 T-Bird, take the roof off, hang it from the rafters, or a Corvette. Same thing here. It does not retract.
And that roof really just a leftover remnant of the 230, 250, 280 SLs that sold in the 1960s. We called them the pagoda roof, and it still had that look at this point in time in the pop-off roof.
Some of these were built as fixed hardtops without the convertible top underneath. I don't believe, looking at the fittings for this, that this is one of those, however. Two-door hardtop body style.
Yeah, the 560 SEL, a little longer with the back seat. And again, that was a fixed groove car.
$16,500 for that 1988 560 SL with just under 71,000 miles on the odometer. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, this 1967 El Camino, I absolutely love it because it's the opposite of a mullet. It is business in the back and party in the front. Let's start in the back here. Yeah, it's a beautiful truck bed body here, but you look inside, the paint very nice on the sides, but here they rhino-lined it so you could actually haul something if you wanted to in this El Camino. Use it as intended, but then you look inside here. Let me show you. In the driver's side, starts to turn into a party here with the bucket seats, the center console with the clock on it, tachometer, beautiful gauges, just gorgeous presentation inside. But then you see the bumps on the hood here. That means it's something fun. This isn't functional, but it does signify that you have Yes, a 396 under the hood. So this thing absolutely goes as well. Very well done. But also in El Camino, I feel like I could use to go to the garden store or go to a car show. Love it.
Yeah. I like the fact that they made it actually functional, so it's got both sides of it. El Camino, and once again, we know Mike Joy loves them. 1995 Corvette Pace Car convertible.
They made 527 of this Pace Car edition for 1995, and this one has covered less than 1,500 miles. It is a convertible with a folding soft top, and all of these were very highly optioned cars. Most were automatics, as was this one. But this one's a little special. The National Corvette Restorers Society has awarded this car the Dave Hill Mark of Excellence. Dave Hill was one in a fairly long, well, no, actually a fairly short line of Corvette chief engineers. He was the third such in the tradition of Zora Arkus-Duntov. So a great award for a great car, and that should boost the number here, Steve.
Next to last year, right here for the C4. And if you like the C4 and want to learn more, Dave McClellan, the second chief engineer, did a book called Corvette from the Inside. Highly recommended. Great book. Dave McClellan, second engineer. Corvette from the Inside. Grab a copy and read it today.
$30,000 to the 1995 Corvette Pace Car. All right, rolling up behind it, a Cadillac. Pretty cool. A 2005 Cadillac XLR.
Well, for the longest time, Cadillac dealers were saying, we want a version of the Corvette, and we're not going to stop whining until we get one. Well, they did, and here it is for 2005 in the form of the Cadillac XLR, built on the very same line as the Corvette, but with a lot of different mechanicals.
That's right. The C6 platform debuted under the XLR before the C6 Corvette. These were actually made at the same time as C5s, but these don't have Corvette power plants. These have the North Star, but something you can see, the Corvette DNA are the quad tips coming out the back, similar to what you find on the C5 or C6 Corvette.
Only 30,000 actual miles on this one, with a folding hard top that disappears into the trunk, and truly Cadillac styling on this. What would you rather have, this or a 2005 Corvette? Well, give me the Corvette every time.
And these do have the retractable folding roof, which does hide in plain sight when the rain comes out.
Well, that puts a wrap on our first hour of coverage today here in Las Vegas, but our engines are just getting warmed up. 5 more hours of live auction action are headed your way, so don't go anywhere. Stay right here on FYI. We're motoring along here on Friday at the Barrett-Jackson Las Vegas Collector Car Auction. Up on the block right now, you see that Cadillac XLR convertible 2005, currently bid at $40,000, and right now that is going to be the top seller of the day.
Yeah, don't confuse this with the Alante, which was a front-wheel drive. This has the bones of a Corvette and about as quick.
$40,000 the hammer price. Once again, that is now the #1 seller of the day. Congratulations to those folks there. Every single one of these cars crossing the block will sell at no reserve. 1955 Chevy sedan delivery. This is a custom wagon.
Well, they're billing this as a sedan delivery, but I see a back seat, which that car would not have had. What is a sedan delivery? It's a 2-door station wagon with all of the side and quarter windows blanked out, because that area would be used for cargo, light-duty cargo, because otherwise you'd be in a Suburban or a pickup with a cap or even something bigger. So a car built to go to work. That's what this was.
And don't call it a Nomad. Of course, we also know the Chevy Nomad was a 2-door wagon with windows, but a very different creature. It also debuted in 1955. And 55, huge year for Chevrolet. The first V8, the Ferrari-inspired egg crate grille, ball joint front suspension, open driveline, and really the beginning of Chevrolet's appeal to the youth market. 1955, right here.
So great 50s hot rod touches. You prime your car in black primer, and then you call the pinstriper, because you're not yet ready to put the color coat on this car. And a bespoke modern interior with reclining bucket seats, a full console, and 4 cup holders.
And Mike, to your point about the back seat and sedan delivery, you know, it's important to point out, #1, that they are on the car card calling this a custom, and it's actually titled as a 1955 Chevy Nomad. So it has been tweaked and changed in multiple ways. Not sure ultimately what's underneath, but what we see up on top is a sedan delivery.
So, Rick, title clerks, basically they push the paper across as it is submitted. This is not a Nomad, which would be a two-door hardtop wagon with a very different roof line and tailgate. This would be a 150, a base wagon. Either it was a sedan delivery or it was converted to one.
I like to say I love everything about cars except one thing. They don't talk. We can't ask the car what the story is, but yeah, all kinds of stuff going on here.
$21,500 for a 55 Chevy sedan delivery custom. Much more modern from 1996, an Impala SS.
I remember when these were new, and Dale Earnhardt owned a Chevy dealership in Newton, North Carolina. One of his employees ordered and bought one of those, and Dale said he'd deliver it to her house personally. He hops out of the car and he tells the young lady, "This thing will do 150, guaranteed," with a huge smile.
Some years back, I was at Hot Rod Magazine, and we were invited to go to a thing called the Toy Box at General Motors. John Moss was in charge of it. Prototypes naturally had a handful of these things with 6-speed manual transmissions for evaluation. Didn't happen for production, and also a 502 big block powered Impala SS. With that said, these still had the 260 horsepower 5.7 liter LT1. Truly a muscle sedan of the first order. Very collectible. Only made it for a few years.
You know, like the El Camino, this car has a very dedicated following. They are big, they are comfortable, they have a lot of room, and with that Corvette engine, they are fast. The people that own these love them. Tons of room in the back seat because this is, after all, a full-size sedan as we follow it down to the ramp at the end of the block. So plenty of room for the whole family here, and it goes. Dale guarantees it.
Stops too, of course, you have the 9C1 police car package, which of course means limited slip differential, heavy-duty cooling, and 4-wheel disc brakes. Not something you'll find on a pedestrian Caprice. Only about 4 or 5 colors, typically seen in black, sometimes white. This burgundy is popular, but not the most popular color of the bunch.
I think they officially refer to it as dark cherry.
When Chevy brought back the Impala, Brent Dewar, later president of NASCAR, was the head of Chevrolet, and he wanted to bring back the Cross Flags emblem with the Impala and the checkered flag and the Chevrolet flag, and the Corvette people said, that's ours. You let it go, and we've got it, and you can't have it.
Well, that gentleman can have the car at least, $23,000 for that Chevy Impala. Let's check in with Craig Jackson and the Vice President of Consignment for Barrett-Jackson, Mike McCullough, about a car that's going to be getting a lot of attention tomorrow.
I'm here with Mike McCullough, and we have a 2020 Aston Martin DBS Superleggera powered by the twin turbocharged 5.2-liter V12 engine, producing 715 horsepower. The engine is backed by the ZF 8-speed automatic transmission with driver selectable modes with the Touchtronic 2 sequential shift control.
The exterior features include a splitter, carbon fiber diffuser, and smoked rear lamps. It rides on 21-inch gloss black 10 twin spoke forged wheels, while stopping power comes from a set of carbon ceramic brakes. It has a one-owner Carfax history and has been driven just over 7,400 miles.
It is absolutely gorgeous, especially out in the sun. This red just pops.
Yeah, that is a car that is going to be a big star tomorrow. One of the many that will be crossing the block that are pretty special. Up on the block, well, not even up on the block because it's too big to get there, is a 1957 American LaFrance fire truck custom car hauler.
Well, you know, call it a restaurant, call it what you want. It's the cab of an American LaFrance fire truck from '57 on a Bluebird frame with a Cummins Dodge-style pickup truck engine with a bed designed to haul probably about a 4-ton automobile.
Oh, at least. So I'm here at the back of this. There are the aluminum ramps that pull out and hook on here. And there's that big Cummins diesel underneath, and here is the ramp truck to haul your beauty to the car show, to Barrett-Jackson, to cruise night, to go get ice cream. Scott, I think we need this. Get your bitter pass out. I like this a lot. What a great piece of whimsy, and what a very practical machine all at the same time.
Well, $22,000. Somebody just claimed it. That 1957 American LaFrance, the fire truck that was converted into a custom car hauler. And I love that color, Rust-Oleum flat brown enamel. Well, coming up, a 1954 Oldsmobile Super 88 will be sold, and this one's got that 324 cubic inch V8 engine, that Hydra-Matic 4-speed automatic transmission. Very original, very nice. We'll see it soon. Welcome back to Las Vegas, the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Checking out the things in the staging lanes. Quite a variety of stuff. In fact, this whole building is filled with interesting cars. And April Rose has found another one.
I sure did. 1955 Fairlane Victoria. This is so cool. From the 50s. They weren't afraid of color or style. Tons of chrome. I love the old Ford crest on there. Of course, it was during the jet age. So you got the jet just taken off right there. So cool. And the headlights, they almost look like they're Frenched in. Just so much detail. You got the stainless trim with extra detail along the top, separating this two-tone look. And even the key had a cover right here. This is luxury back in the day. A lot of attention to detail. This is the two-door hard top. You see there's no pillar separating it, so when the windows are open, it's just a nice open feel. All the trim still coming back here. Just such a neat look. You got extensions on the exhaust. Man, I love these. Now it's got the 272 V8, 3 on the tree, and inside that sweet sweeping speedometer with the clear back bench seat with the button detail and white piping. I mean, it's just really cool to see these 50 cars. They're not afraid of color at all. This being snowshoe white over torch red. Rick, I know it kind of sounds cheesy, but they just don't make them like they used to, right?
Nor do they paint them like they used to. I mean, two-tone paint, boy, that was very common back then. Today, they're very rare. $20,000, the current bid for 2005 Chrysler Crossfire SRT6. And that's exactly what it just sold for. So if you missed out on that one, though, I got good news for you. How about a 2005 Chrysler Crossfire SRT6? How about a custom version? That's what's rolling up on the block right behind this blue one. This one is black.
Well, this comes from the era when the Chrysler brand was part of Daimler Chrysler, so Mercedes owned Chrysler, and their small SLK Roadster provided the bones for this car in both coupe and convertible form. You can decide for yourself if putting Chrysler 300 styling on the front of this was a good idea or not, but this one has been upgraded with some beautiful silver wheels, silver windshield trim. The rear spoiler popped up there. It's a pop-up spoiler from the factory. Looks like this one has been added, perhaps as part of that SRT package. So, fun car.
Right, SRT, of course, is the street and racing technology division. Not street racing, but a lot of people do. But SR6, of course, means the supercharged V6 under the hood of this one here. Very different creature from a basic Crossfire.
I think these will probably find a better market as collectible cars than they did when new. There were not many takers because these were true two-seaters when brand new, and not everybody went to the Chrysler dealership looking for such.
And the SRT line, of course, included the Neon SRT4, the Crossfire SRT6, the Charger SRT8, and, of course, the SRT10 Viper.
Yeah, during the course of the 4 years they built the Crossfire, I think they sold like 75,000 of them. So when really a pretty low production vehicle over the time it was built.
Of course, we all knew this, but the number indicates the number of cylinders from the Neon's 4-popper to the Viper's V10.
Sold $17,000 for 2005 Chrysler Crossfire, that SRT6 Custom Coupe. Write the price on the sticker, and away it goes. This 1981 Ford Bronco XLT is the one that was previewed by April Rose just a short time ago.
Well, you know, the graphics on this might look gaudy, but in their day, these were the big deal. The only trouble is, I remember about 3 years in, these would fade and look kind of chalky, but you know what? They've come back in vogue. There's a company that reproduced these graphics right here, and I got to say, I love it. Looks cool. Very stock presentation on this one here, pretty much the way they look. And of course, the front hubs on this, yeah, you get out and you get muddy. There's no automatic four-wheel drive. You got to lock those hubs in. But again, a nice replica of the top-line Bronco for 1981.
Yeah, we had some Eddie Bauer additions go across the block yesterday. The concept of, bringing in some style and some names. To be honest with you, I think this is pretty darn cool with the graphics package. This, of course, just towards the beginning of the third generation of the Bronco that started in 1966. And by now, it was on a truck chassis as opposed to that shortened wheelbase chassis.
I think it's really cool that those graphics are factory. They did something very similar about a decade earlier with the Torino Cobra, with those fade graphics from yellow to red and also other colors. They are done in a 3M Scotchlite material, so they are reflective at night. So you can call this not only personalization, but also a safety enhancement to this Bronco.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that the Bronco has never been available as a four-door until the modern incarnation, or in Truck Nation. You can call it what you want, but I love the external swing-away spare tire. The new Bronco has it, paying tribute to it. See it right there for one of the first times. You got to remember that garish graphics like this became a big thing in the 1970s when horsepower was replaced by stickers. But, people seem to like it. It works just as well on a truck as it does on a Trans Am.
$22,000 for that 1981 Bronco XLT. All right, at each one of our auctions, we try to pick one year as a spotlight year to look at the cars and have some fun. And we chose for Las Vegas 1967. Why? Well, because of this guy right here, Evel Knievel. Remember him? Well, 1967 was the year that he decided to make the jump over the fountains at Caesar's Palace. So we all know how that ended, but it still put Evel Knievel on the map for a long time. So we sent April Rose out looking for a cool 1967 car.
It's the first year for the Camaro, 1967, and as nice as it is to see a concourse level restoration that's just better than new, what I love are true survivors like this 1967 RSSS. I mean, take a look at that original Madeira maroon paint. It looks great and wears so well after 56 years. It's got its matching numbers, 350 turbo fire, Muncie 4-speed manual, and it's even optioned with air conditioning, which is a big luxury back in 1967. I love to see survivors here as nice as this one at Barrett-Jackson.
Gotta love those 67 Camaros. In fact, that car that she was talking about is going to be coming up on the block before too long. It's out in the pre-staging lanes. We'll see it up here very soon. 295 horsepower coming out of that 350 cubic inch engine. Love the color. We'll see it very, very soon. Meanwhile, from a Camaro to a Mustang, a 1965 Ford Mustang.
Well, this is a 64.5, as they call it, but again, the VIN is a 5 for 65. But again, Ford expected a major demand for these cars. They started building them early. Thus, the early cars were built in 1964, but titled as 65s.
$25,000 for that 1964 and a half that was built in April of 1964, and at that point had the 260 cubic inch engine. We'll be back. Well, it doesn't matter where you are here in Las Vegas, cruising up the strip, going to one of the casinos. There's no shortage of glitz and glamour, and that holds for the Barrett-Jackson collector car auction as well. Plenty of chrome, plenty of style here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. Up on the block now, a 1995 Jeep Willys CJ5. It's a custom.
Well, Jeeps didn't get V8 engines until the early 1970s. By that, they didn't stop somebody from putting a Ford 289 under the hood of this one here. Nothing wrong with that. Plenty of horsepower and torque. 3-speed manual transmission. I'm digging the worn winch on the front bumper. Tubular bumper right here. Bed liner, so you can take it out and not worry about getting scratches.
This is interesting. It's 1955. I mean, here we are just a decade after World War II. And yet when we look at so many of the Jeeps that are crossing the block today, the much more modern versions of them, I mean, ultimately it doesn't look that much different than this civilian version that came out in the mid-1950s, of course, which was the evolution of the military version just a decade before.
All right, everybody, look at those tail lamps. I'll give you just a second to figure out what car lost its tail lamps for this Jeep. And here's a hint. Turn them 90 degrees, and you have 65 to 66 Mustang tail lamps.
A nice little call back to the 289 Ford under the hood.
Maybe from the same car, who knows? If it was a rusty bucket or maybe a car out of the boneyard for one reason or another. But, you know, looks pretty good here. Certainly not your average Jeep. And Ford, LED bulbs besides.
And Ford was actually building a lot of the Jeeps during World War II. I mean, we associate them with Willys, but in reality, they were being built by multiple manufacturers. Well, that's a lot of fun. 1955 Jeep Willys CJ5. It just sold for $10,000 here at Barrett-Jackson. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, earlier I showed you the last of the dinosaurs from General Motors when it comes to full-size sedans, but here's the last of the dinosaurs when it comes to Fords and sort of factory hot rods. Look here, 2003 Mercury Marauder, total sticker $48,000 for what seems on the surface like a hopped-up police car, but it's way, way more. This is the Mercury Marauder, which you can see here. Beautiful presentation with the black paint, but inside you got much more luxurious interior, a lot of stuff from the Lincoln Town Car, and those bucket seats. But you see the extra gauges. They wanted to make this thing fast. This thing, well, it got the motor police wanted to have in their cars. Not the 4.6 liter iron, but the aluminum, basically the performance V8 they developed for Lincoln came in this car as well. And this one, well, it's been hopped up even more with the Kenny Bell supercharger. So this thing must really, really move. It'll be interesting to compare because these were the last of the dinosaurs for Ford when it came to the big sedans. We saw the Impala earlier. Which one will get more love in the room?
Tell you what I like that I've been looking at it all weekend, and you know, it's so subtle. Yeah, you can see the wheels. Unless you know what a Marauder is, you don't know what you pulled up next to. 1969 Mercury Cougar up on the block. It's a custom.
Well, Mercury had just spent 2 years racing with Bud Moore's team in the Trans Am Series, and top drivers Parley Jones and Dan Gurney. But by the time this car was built, Mercury was turning their pony car into a luxury car. The owner who took this one and transformed it went the other way.
Speaking of luxury, 69, first year fully convertible body style on Cougar, 67 and 8, purely hardtops. This one here claims to have some Eliminator vibes. That's cool, the color, the wing, but remember, the Eliminator was strictly a coupe. 429 under the hood, something that didn't come from the factory, but a nice bunch of Ford hot rod goodies rolled into one. A greatest hits machine. Love those taillights. They're sequential. They blink from the center out when you go right or left, something that the Ford Mustang to this day has adopted, except now in LED instead of incandescent bulbs.
Nice, even $30,000 for that 1969 Mercury Cougar. Congratulations to those folks out there. And the Summit Racing Soul sticker goes on, and away it goes. I'll write the price right there, $30,000. And I have to point out, it's a great thing when you come to a Barrett-Jackson auction. If the car's already been sold, it's still sitting out there, you know what it's sold for. So it's kind of a fun way to walk around and keep track of everything. 1967 El Camino Custom, the one that Tyler Hoover previewed for us, is up on the block right now.
Yeah, they've done a lot of work on this one. Rally wheels with, let's see, looks like disc brakes up front. There's the 396 hood, which could have come on an El Camino or a Chevelle, though this does not wear the SS 396 badging. Red line tires. Nice triple black theme here. This one with buckets and a full console. with a clock there in front of the shifter, an aftermarket tack to the left of the tilt steering column. So nicely equipped El Camino.
Indeed, this one is described as having a 396 upgrade. The VIN does begin 136, so it was a V8 when originally built. 135 would be a 6-cylinder El Camino, but it was a V8, but now with the big block 396.
Last year for this body style, the more fastback looking Chevelle and El Camino would come along for 1968. These were built on the bones of a 2-door station wagon, so this would be the station wagon tailgate. That emblem there is where the crank for the rear window in the wagon tailgate would be.
Another detail about the El Camino is the frame was boxed on the side rails, which is something you only found on convertible Malibus. With that said, the point of that was to stiffen the frame for if you put the 800-pound load in the trunk, or the bed, which I dare say rarely happened.
Well, and part of that was you were missing the roof on the back side of this, right? So you didn't have the full cage up above that was part of the safety system for that. $35,000 for that 1967 Chevy El Camino. We'll take a break here in Las Vegas. Back here in Las Vegas, check that out. Love that Chevelle SS sitting out there. Oh, but you say you'd rather have something a little older, up from the mid-50s? Yeah, we got that too. In fact, there's no shortage of great collector cars here at Barrett-Jackson. Remember, every single one of them crossing the block and selling at no reserve, like this 1990 GMC Jimmy Custom.
Well, if you know your GM pickup trucks, you remember that 1987 was the final year for the square body, but only in pickup truck land. The Jimmy lived on with the square body, even though the GMT 400 aerodynamic face replaced trucks. This one, of course, has the live front axle, leaf springs, as would all K-Series Jimmys. Pretty serious lift kit on this one, probably about 6 inches.
I love these GM two-tones, and I don't just mean the ones from the 50s. I wish the body style of the current Silverado would accommodate this type of two-tone. It is distinctive, it is stylish, it sets it apart from every monotone truck on the road, and I think it is terrific.
Again, manual locking hubs. We see the little toggles in the center of the wheel. And that basically engages a spline. When they're open, the front wheels freewheel. When they're engaged, some splines line up and you drive the front wheels to get out of the mud hole. Only problem is you got to jump out to lock them in.
This was a vehicle that was driven by dealer demand. Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick dealers were dueled with GMC truck, and they wanted their version of the Chevy Blazer. So GM made this.
Sir, you'll always remember what you paid for.
Yeah, and they were using the same basic paint scheme, this two-tone paint scheme on the Suburbans as well. Obviously a much longer look, but it plays really well.
These are a lot less common than the Blazers because not that many people went to their local Buick, Olds, or Cadillac dealer looking for a truck to buy. So these were produced in much lower numbers than the Chevy Blazer. Same is true for the pickups then and now.
One weakness on these is the power rear window, which is activated by utilizing the key. And they're classically, well, the retraction mechanism fails. This one seems to be working well, but that's a trouble spot on these. And there's no manual override.
And it sold $23,000. 1990 GMC Jimmy, blue and white. That guy gets it right there. But don't forget to watch our live coverage of Barrett-Jackson Super Saturday, which begins at 3 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow on the History Channel. Now, whether you're a true history buff or you just tune in for episodes of your favorite series, the History Store is your one-stop shop for exclusive and official History Channel gear. Shop now at historystore.com, and we'll give you 25% off by using the discode HISTORY25. It's valid through June 24th at midnight Pacific Time. Terms and conditions will apply. You know, there are 14 Volkswagens of various versions here at this auction. A lot will be crossing the block, like this 1989. It's a VW custom camper.
Well, this one is truly a motor home. Yes, there's a rack for luggage on top, and there is a raised roof. But let's see. To register as a motor home and get some tax advantages, you need to have a functioning sink and stove, along with your seating and sleeping area. There's the sink. The refrigerator is down there. And I'm sure somewhere, Steve, there's going to be a propane-powered 1 or 2 burner stove to cook your meals on. Here you go.
That's right. Now, you got to remember, this is a 1989. You might be saying, wait a minute, what? The Vanagon replaced this after 1980 in the States. Well, this is a European or Brazilian example of the breed. It has a metric speedometer, goes to 140 kilometers per hour. This will not do 140 miles an hour. But if you remember the movie Little Miss Sunshine, Steve Carell, Abigail Breslin was one of these in that movie in orange. Great movie.
Yeah, this has a VIN that starts at 9BW, so I'm going to guess this is a Brazilian version. And, you know, they were building vans, the buses down in Brazil for a long time. They started building them back in the, you know, early 50s, 53 or so, and they continued to build this older style VW van all the way to 2013. By then it was water cooled. You could actually see a radiator up front. And this one just sold at $29,000 for that custom 1989 Volkswagen. Back here in Las Vegas, up on the block right now, a car we previewed just a little while ago, a 1954 Oldsmobile Super 88.
Oh, beautiful. It's an original Rocket V8 engine. Beautiful paint on this. Fender skirts, 2-door hardtop body style. It's the 88, so it's the performance Olds. The 98 would be the luxury version.
Notice on the trunk, North and South America, right here, replicated on the front and the back. No reference to China or Russia. It was the Cold War, after all, when this car was built.
Now, as we look, we're going to look inside, and I want to show you the dashboard because, sorry about that, we'll back the camera up here. Look at how the left and the right side of the dashboard mirror each other. That left side drop there, that's where the speedometer is. Over here you have the clock and the radio speaker over on this side. So very symmetrical styling. The front seats flip forward for access to the back. And again, this is a 2-door hardtop body style.
Yeah, artistic work all the way around back in the mid-50s. All right, here's that 2003 Mercury Marauder Custom that Tyler was talking about.
Don't confuse this with a Ford Crown Vic or even a Police Interceptor. The Marauder was the only full-size Panther-based Ford or Mercury that came with the 4-valve, 4-cam, 4.6 camera motor. Very special car, basically designed to take on the Impala SS. But of course, the Impala SS has dropped the year these things come out. But very cool.
Well, when you're talking art, you're talking provenance, and here we have a lot of that. The Marty Report is officially licensed by Ford. That's in the middle, and that describes everything this car was born with, which you can verify on the original window sticker for this Marauder. Great to have, and that should help enhance its value.
Yeah, that 4-valve, 4-cam, 4.6 was never used in anything other than the Mustang Cobra, and not even in police cars. But then again, Mercury Marauders got them, every single one of them. These are only available in about 4 or 5 colors. Disc brakes all the way around. A lot of police stuff, but again, not even the police cars got the 4-valve Cobra V8.
I love the fact this one is even including the Marauder leather jacket that apparently originally came with this particular set of cars. So it's got all kinds of fun stuff associated, including a Marty Report, as we were talking about, that shows exactly what it was born with.
Now here's the best thing about this. When you're on the highway and you're in the fast lane, if you look up in the rearview mirror and you see this coming, you move over. You don't know if it's the Popo or not.
676 out of only 7,838 of these built that year. That's an extremely low number when you look at modern production numbers. Very rare. Here's an opportunity. Don't miss it. It's going to sell. This is a rare car, and the owner bought it to sell, and he's a top consigner. This is an opportunity, folks. We're way shy where we should be on this one. 14.
Let's remember, of course, that the Marauder was naturally aspirated. This one has had a Kennebell supercharger added on top for even more power.
$1,4,500.
$14,500 for that 2003 Mercury Marauder Custom Sedan. Cool disc brakes have been added to it, that Kenny Bell supercharger, all of that power under that hood. And like Mike says, when it comes up behind you, you don't know that's not a police car rolling up, or at least back then. Now the lights are a little different. Let's take a look at what's about to cross the block on our Meguiar's on-deck cam. In this case, it's a 1965 Mustang convertible. Now, this is one of the cars from the Boyd collection. It's got 90,000 original miles. And get this, it has the original 6-cylinder engine under the hood, so it's very cool. Up on the block now is a 1953 Buick Special convertible, which is the first of the Boyd collection cars that will be crossing the block.
Well, that's Steve Davis of the Boyds, frequent consigners to Barrett-Jackson since Scottsdale in January. Brandon Boyd tells me he tried to find a replacement for this bumper, one with better chrome than this wears. And he was quoted about $4,000 to do so, so this one wears its original.
And speaking of this car, this is Buick's 50th anniversary. That's the 1903 Buick in the center right there. Golden anniversary, 1953. Now, 53 was also the first year for the Fireball V8. Not seen here. Remember, this is a special. Believe it or not, this was the base model. Inline 8 here. No V8 on this one.
That gun sight ornament dates to 1948 in Buick. I believe this is the last year for it. R49 had one. Now, if you had the upmarket version of this car, you got 4 Venta ports, but the Super only got 3. Look at this beautiful red, white, and black upholstery to complement the red exterior. This one has a white folding convertible top.
In 1953, the final year for the Wall of Power inline Fireball 8, all V8s for 1954. So here it is, a transitional year. Again, single exhaust on this inline 8-cylinder overhead valve Buick engine.
Straight 8 on this one. Now note the steering wheel. This is what we call a banjo steering wheel, and you see this often on British sports cars. The reason is these thin steering wheel spokes will help absorb road shock and transmit less of it to the driver's hands.
And as ornate as this car is, let's remember that the Special was the entry-level car. From here we went to the Special, the Roadmaster, the Limited, and of course the Skylark was a limited production car. So this is the base car, as glitzy as it is.
Yeah, especially for 1953, that Buick Special sold to those folks right there for $29,000. We're going to check in with April Rose.
We got style going on here. 1960 Cadillac DeVille. This is the last of the first generation with the grille going all the way across. And you got 74 bullets on the details right there. Lots of chrome, quad headlights, turn signal indicators right up front there. Power antenna, which was a pretty cool thing back in the day. I love the sweeping windshield all around. These A-pillars kind of lean forward. Just such a neat look. But check inside. Look at those details, man. This is so sweet. Those door panels are so 60s, just lots of textures, aluminum strips, gleaming chrome, and it's an original factory plum interior. And this girl's got her original 390 with an upgraded 4-speed automatic. I mean, just all the way around power factory options you could dream of. And Rick, the single most important element, it's finished in Elvis pink.
Well, how appropriate. I could just picture, in fact, Elvis driving around Las Vegas in that particular 1960 Cadillac. Up on the block right now, a 1965 Mustang that we showed you just a little while ago. This one currently bid at $23,000, and what makes it unusual, not only does it look great, it has that original 6-cylinder motor.
Right, the 200 cubic inch 6-cylinder made it to the 3-speed automatic transmission. This one in ice blue metallic with a dark blue interior and a white convertible top. Full console on this one and a floor shift, as every Mustang was born with a floor shifter.
Now, being a 6-cylinder car, if these wheel covers could be removed, we would see 4-lug drums and hubs and wheels. This would have had 13-inch wheels, but the 14 inches were standard. But try to find 4-lug, 14-inch Mustang wheels. They're very rare. V8 cars got 5 lugs and bigger brakes.
So all Mustangs are badged as 1965s. How do you tell the early ones that were made before September 65? Well, the easiest way is to look at the gas cap. If it comes off in your hand, well, that's one of the early builds that were built from April into September, but people left those on gas pumps. So beginning September 65, they were mounted with a tether, so they couldn't get away.
$23,500 for an absolutely beautiful 1965 six-cylinder Mustang. Let's check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. Transport yourself back to southern Italy, Puglia maybe, Sicily maybe, where this beautiful 1968 Fiat Jolly was actually built. Now this one, well, it's been meticulously restored from top to bottom. The beautiful red paint with the Rossi striping. Check on the inside there, the chestnut wicker seats, absolutely beautiful for when you come off the beach, wet in your Speedos and jump right in. I love the white factory correct original steering wheel and the gear shift knob. Well, that is original factory as well. Well, this top here, check out the top. You can't see that maybe, but it's really durable. It's built to withstand any weather condition. This little picnic basket on the back here, this is just a beautiful little Fiat Jolly, and I could see myself heading off the beach, hopping in this and heading to our aperitif hour, I should say, at the local bar. Rick?
Let's just call it happy hour. How does that sound? Yeah, I love the Fiat Jolly. You know, that look that later came up in the VW thing. All right, another car from the Boyd collection. In this case, it's a 1955 Ford Fairlane that April previewed.
I think this is the best of the Boyd cars here this week. Fully restored, inside and out, 56 Vicky. Two-tone inside and out, two-tone under the hood, manufacturing stamps on the firewall. This is just an incredible bargain. They're at $20,000.
And that's just what it sold for, $20,000 for a 1955 Ford Fairlane Victoria. The one that April Rose pointed out with all those special styling touches, that great two-tone paint, that chrome spear down the side. Absolutely beautiful. Up on the block now, a 1967 Camaro RS SS. This is the one that April chose as her 1967 Spotlight car.
Well, a couple of things happening for the very first time ever in 1967. One, the Camaro, which was Chevrolet's answer to the Mustang, but on the fenders, we will see 350. This is the L48, and this is the first time the 350 was available in a passenger car. As ubiquitous as they are now, it was a big deal to have a 350 in your Camaro in 67. Let's take a look at the chassis cam underneath this beautiful SSRS. There's the Hideaway grille, the underside of that L48 350, backed up by a 4-speed Muncie. Very nice to see that. Unit construction, semi-unitized. Got the big rear axle, transverse muffler, and dual exhaust, which are correct goodies underneath. Nicely done.
This would not have been an ordered for stock car at your local Chevrolet dealership because they did not order them with 4 speeds for stock. They weren't special order only from Chevrolet, but few dealers would gamble on a 4-speed car to sit in the showroom. This one is pretty heavily optioned. Deluxe interior, vinyl top, of course the SS package, the little bumblebee stripe over the nose, and the RS package, the Rally Sport Hideaway headlights. If you ordered RS and SS, you got SS badging. That took precedence.
You know, speaking of that 350 engine, we got to remember in 1955, the small block debuted at 265 cubic inches, and when it got to 327, people said, man, how big can this thing get? And 350 was really a revelation in 67. Of course, it would eventually go to 400 cubic inches for 1970, but the 350 was only available in Camaro right here in 67. 68 was more commonly available, but this was a big deal when it was new.
And these spoilers are aftermarket, front and rear, and add-on. The only 67 Camaro you could get with those spoilers was the Z28. The spoilers were fitted for Trans Am Series use. They were later available on all Camaros.
Well, that Camaro was available for $35,000. That 1967 RS SS. 295 horsepower coming out of that 350 cubic inch engine. Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to for the complete list of cars that are crossing the block during the course of our 3-day auction here in Las Vegas. And remember, we have one coming up in New Orleans later this year, and once that gets a little bit closer, you'll be able to see the cars listed there as well. So we're looking forward to that. 1968 Chevelle, this is an SS 396.
Well, it's really a super sport. It's really a big block. The V EIN starts 138, unmistakable. And again, 1968, the final year for the 138, but under that hood, we'll see that mighty 396 big block rat motor.
A little different treatment here. This one is red both inside and out. The bucket seat interior was optional at extra cost, but this one's been given a black vinyl roof. So pretty interesting combination of themes here. Now for me, that's an awful lot of red. For everybody, you might really like this.
And the term rat is not derogatory. It merely is an extension of mouse, which was the description of the small block. Well, what's a big mouse? A rat. And of course, it made plenty of power.
Well, that puts a bow on our first 2 hours of coverage here at Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas. But guess what? The prices and the quality of the cars, the trucks, are only going to shoot up from here. Hello and welcome to the world's greatest collector car auctions. It's Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas. 15 years we've been coming to this city, watching spectacular cars crossing the block, and today is no exception. In fact, that Chevelle up on the block, that SS396, just hammered sold at $42,000. And right now, that is the #1 sale of the day on day 2 of our coverage here in Las Vegas. We're inside the Las Vegas Convention Center, the West Hall. No shortage of great cars across the block. And up there right now, I believe this is a 1960 Dodge Dart Phoenix convertible. Now you're looking at this and think, wait a minute, is that a Dart?
That's right. You know, Dodge did a lot of juggling with various names. This is a Dart, but beyond that, it's also a Phoenix. There was a Dodge Dart Seneca, a Dodge Dart Matador, and a Dodge Dart Phoenix. Yeah, go figure. By 1963, the Dodge Dart name would be on the compact A body, but under the hood of this one, here's the polyspherical 318 with a 4-barrel, uncommonly seen. Most of these were 2 barrels.
Boy, this was the height of the Find era, wasn't it? Not just at Dodge, but at Plymouth, at Ford, and at General Motors. And on the Dodges, this is as high as they got. This is a car you could spot from 250 feet away and know that it was a Dodge, just from the shape and the height of those fins.
Now the automatic transmission, and this one is the push-button torque flight. Left-hand side of the steering wheel are those buttons, and on top of the dashboard, I like to call that the rib raker rear-view mirror. Who thought that one up? Let's face it, if you have an accident with no seatbelts, that's not going to be very comfortable. With that said, though, here's the push buttons right here on the left-hand side of the dash, and you can actually do a thing called a manual valve body conversion, where you can hold it in first, second, third, chirp each gear, or just leave it and drive and cruise.
What I love about this car is very rarely do you see one of these here at Barrett-Jackson. Even more rarely are you going to see one at a car show. Honestly, if you want something different, something unique, something that's prepared well, I think this is exactly the way to go. 1960 Dodge Dart Phoenix. We're currently bid at $38,000, and that's what it sells for, that massive parade float, the big beautiful white top, the blue paint, a perfect car to own and enjoy. Congratulations to those folks, because that is something special. Once again, you buy that, you buy a Dodge Dart Phoenix from 1960. First off, people aren't even going to realize that you have a Dart because it's so unique. 1950 Ford Custom Deluxe convertible up on the block. We previewed this a while ago before we were going into our commercial break.
This was a big departure for Ford when it appeared in 1949, this kind of bathtub-ish body style. It was a 3-year styling cycle, 49 to 51, so here we are right in the middle of it. What's really custom about this, not including that hood ornament, is the interior. They have really gone the extra mile inside of this beautiful 50. Look at all that gleaming leather, the aerodynamic callouts there on the tops of the seats. Very, very sharp here. A lot of time, effort, and money.
Yeah, to your point, Mike, the body shell on this, new for 1949, Ford's first envelope body, wherein it's not the pontoon look with the add-on fenders of 1949, but under the skin, or 1948, but under the skin, no more transverse leaf spring front or rear, no more torque tube. These had coil springs up front, leaf springs on the back parallel, and an open drive shaft. Welcome to the 20th century, Ford. You got to remember the transverse leaf springs were used all the way back to the Model T. Not a bad thing. Now, Henry Ford was a big fan of making one part do as many jobs as possible. But when you have a transverse leaf spring, you get pretty unreal amounts of body roll around corners. But again, in 1949, that was all corrected underneath cars like this.
And just think, I mean, just a short time ago, we had that 1955 roll across the block. Just 5 years later, from a styling perspective, how much things had changed. Totally different from this rounded look of the 1950 year to the 1955. Much more stylish in 55.
Now, Ford wasn't the first post-war automaker to go envelope body. That would go to Fraser in 1947. Kaiser Fraser had the first envelope body, but again, Ford was right in there with that trend, which was the wave of the future. By 1955, nobody had bolt-on fenders.
And it sells $28,500 to that gentleman right there. Congratulations. Standing not even in the bidding area, just off to the side. You can stand just about any place and they'll find your bidder pass. Back here in Las Vegas, up on the block right now, a 2019 Maserati Ghibli, and it's time for some Hagerty facts on our next vehicle. Ghibli, by the way, is the name for a stormy Egyptian desert wind, if you ever wonder where they got that. The original Ghibli debuted back in 1966, and this particular one, well, this is the third generation of the Maserati Ghibli, and well, it still gets a lot of attention when it's up on the block.
Yeah, no V8 under this. Some of these did have Ferrari design V8s, and there's a twin turbo V6. Of course, remember, Maserati also had wind names like Kamzin, others. But yeah, four-door, a good way to haul.
2019 original MSRP.
Yeah, they point out this one was a one-owner car. It's only 2019. Came off a lease. 345 horsepower, coming at a 3-liter V6 engine and the 8-speed automatic transmission.
Sold new in California, presumably spent its life in California, so nice and crisp underneath as well as up top.
Hammered sold $40,000, meaning that is now tied as the #2 sale of the day here on Friday at Barrett-Jackson. Let's check in with April Rose.
When you come out to Barrett-Jackson, you're going to run into a lot of celebrities. Now, I've run into quite a celebrity here. Donald Cowboy Cerrone, UFC inductee to the Hall of Fame. That's a pretty big deal. How did it feel when they announced that?
It's still surreal. It hasn't hit yet, but it's when I was a young kid, I always dreamed about being the best in the world or something. So now to be hung in the hallowed halls of the UFC is kind of cool. It's also amazing sitting here looking at all these different cars, like cars my grandparents drove and cars my dad drove, and it's amazing to see people fix them up and make them look good again.
Do you remember your first car you ever got behind the wheel of?
Yeah, 1964 Ford Fairlane.
Right. We have a few of those here now. Would you get one? If you get all this money from winning all these huge belts in the UFC, what are you going to spend it on?
Oh, I'm going to buy a Lamborghini. Yeah, I'm going with the Bull for sure. But I got a 55 Chevy at the house. It's a flower pot right now, but we're thinking about fixing it up, making it into something. So just a little hot rod to race around. Right,
now you're talking a Lamborghini. That's a little bit of a show-off car. Are there kind of guys in the ring that you face off that have that show-off feel, but they don't have a lot of go?
Yeah, they all do. Yeah, but that car, the Bull, I mean, it's amazing. I don't know. I haven't bought one because I'll end up dead, but I'm a truck guy. That's all I drive, a truck. So.
Trucks. What do you have right now?
Ford F450. Just pulls. It's a workhorse.
That's a workhorse, just like you are. Great to have you here. Thanks for coming out to Barrett-Jackson. We'd love to see you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks, April. No shortage of celebrities here.
No, in fact, I've seen him at some NASCAR races. He is a good friend of Kevin Harvick, NASCAR champ, who will be one of my Fox booth mates starting next year.
1974 Plymouth Cuda up on the block, closing in on big territory for today, $40,000. Once again, we just saw another car sell for 40. This is 41, 42. Oh, it came close. The #2 sale of the day right there. $41,000 for that plum crazy purple 1974 Cuda Custom. Well, Christian Murphy previewed our next car up on the block. I love this, a 1968 Fiat Jolly.
Well, the Let's Go to the Beach theme is evident all over this one. The wicker is very fresh on this, and by that I mean the seats. Built off a Fiat Cinquecento, a Fiat 500, turned into a beach cruiser and hand-built in southern Italy. Chestnut wicker is the interior. Gosh, terminally cute and pretty functional. You know, in a lot of beach communities in Europe especially, these were the bomb. And about a decade ago, everybody wanted one. This one has history in the state of Virginia, which has a pretty substantial coastline.
Well, we always talk about at the beginning of the broadcast how we don't know what's going to be a big seller of the day. Well, right now, the #1 seller, it's going to be a 1968 Fiat Jolly, better than an SS 396, better than a Cuda Custom, better than a Cadillac XLR, currently bid at $47,000.
Well, this is every consignor's dream. Two committed bidders who refuse to lose. There was a time a year or so ago when these were selling in the $90,000 range, so I'd call this a bargain, right?
$47,000 for a 1968 Fiat Jolly, nicely restored. And once again, we've seen on more than a few occasions, cute sells. Cute brings big money here at Barrett-Jackson, especially when it's been done nicely. Coming up before too long, we're going to see a 1970 El Camino Custom up on the block. This particular one has a 427 cubic inch, 425 horsepower big block V8. I'll tell you what, the only problem when you come to Barrett-Jackson deciding which car you like the most. You want big SUVs, Hummers, Corvettes, vintage iron. It is all here inside the West Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center. Up in the block right now, 1968 GMC C1500 Custom.
Well, we might call this Fotina or staged authenticity. You basically see some nice paint that's been scuffed up to give it some character. A combination of original paint and respray. But again, I like the underhood. This has an LS engine, plenty more power than the original V6 this would have had.
$23,000 for that Fotina 1968 GMC Custom, what they call Old Blue. Let's check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick here. I love it down here in the staging lanes. Get to meet old mates. This is Steve Pasmani, the CEO of Fully Talked Industries, right?
Yes, sir.
But also the star of Fully Talked, which is now going to be in its 3rd season on the History Channel in the Dry Block, right?
Yes, correct. We're shooting season 3 as we speak. I'm excited. A lot of really cool stuff going on. We've built out the shop, new car warehouse, more cars, more lifts, crazier builds. And you know what? It's just a lot of high horsepower.
Give me a couple of highlights, 1 or 2 builds that you're really excited about.
Doing a really cool charity build. It's a car you wouldn't normally do. It's a 1965 Pontiac Grand Prix, but we're doing some pretty crazy stuff with it, so I think you're going to love it a lot. And you know what? We're doing the square bodies. Everyone loves a nice square body, so we're building a couple of those right now, and I'm excited because different platforms, but still amazing outcome. They're going to be fully torqued.
Pazzy, you are right on trend with a square body, because I think I asked you to pick out a car, and you ended up with a Grand National, a bit of a square body. What do you love about the Grand Nationals?
I mean, these Grand Nationals are just absolutely fantastic. This is a gorgeous 1986. It's got the turbo in it. This was the Corvette killer of its time. I mean, how do you not look at this car and go, oh my gosh, this is amazing?
Would you love to do a job on one of these in Fully Talked?
I mean, I did, but I don't want people to get mad. I actually pulled out the old beat-up motor and put an LS3 E-Rod in. Please don't attack me, everyone. It was gorgeous.
Absolutely not going to attack you, my friend. We're looking forward to seeing season 3 on the History Channel in the Dry Block. Rick, we'll take it back up to you, my friend.
Thanks, Christian.
Thanks a lot, Murphy. Yeah, no shortage of cool people wandering around here. And as they mentioned, Fully Torqued will have its season premiere coming this fall on the History Channel, the 3rd season. 1979 Porsche 911 SC Custom.
3-liter, 5-speed. Here is the T-tray spoiler found on the turbos. Fiberglass fender extensions, boxed rockers, a flat nose, not the factory style with the pop-up headlights, but the Zambala style with the rectangular headlights. So a very interesting custom here.
You know, Porsche did us all a favor with these. Don't confuse this with a 930 turbo. It's a 911. We know that. The 930 would have a VIN starting with a 930. Here we see a 911. So it's a nicely rendered 911, which has the vibe of a 930, but it's not a 930.
Three-piece, I think those are Epsilon Southern Waves wheels. They certainly give that appearance. So very, very nice build here.
Well, just sold $35,000, 1979 Porsche 911 SC in that garbage red with a slant nose custom look on the front. All right, this is the car that April Rose previewed, big and bold, 1960 Cadillac Coupe de Ville.
Elvis, your car's arrived. Caddies and Elvis, that's a very familiar theme here around Barrett-Jackson. This one is out of San Marino, California, where it's been kept for 45 years. Steve Davis was showing us a 2-inch thick binder with receipts for this car over most of its history. Brand new, this car sold for over $6,000, which that was a year's salary for a lot of people back in 1960, Steve.
Yeah, 1960 would be the final year for the towering tail fins, 1959 and 60. A little bit deadly, and a kid coming down a hill on a bicycle wipes out, well, kind of impaled. But again, 1961 began a toning down. 60 was also the final year for factory dual exhaust. For 61 onward, Cadillac said, you know what, we're not building Corvettes or Hemi-Cooters, we want quiet cars. So single exhaust tracks, believe it or not, was factory equipment on Cadillacs right into the 1980s.
The Coupe de Ville two-door hard-top body style with that fastback rear window began in 1949, and we're going to see one of those cross the block a bit later. But the two-door hardtop with no door window frames, no B-pillar, just let the air flow through and enjoy.
This one has been upgraded with disc brakes at the front and the rear. This would have had big old drums from the factory.
When this was on display in the convention center here, then it kind of roped off, and one of the cool things they did was they had a food tray, like you would have gone to the, a drive-in back in 1960, the food tray with a hamburger and stuff hanging off the side. Although I'm not sure the Cadillac people were actually doing that back then.
Pale pink exterior and this light beige patterned cloth interior. Beautiful.
Sunglasses win it all, $44,000 for a 1960 Cadillac Coupe de Ville, 390 cubic inch engine. And at $44,000, that is now the #2 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. We're going to take a quick break, but we promise we are coming back. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. You know, when you look at the cars around here, sometimes you think they're the same because, of course, it's from one manufacturer to another, and you think, okay, that's exactly what's going to be on another car. But we discover that it's not exactly what we think it is. A perfect example is something Steve Magnante found, and we're going to call this body double.
If you ask any Chevelle enthusiast, they'll tell you 1970 is probably their favorite year. Big changes up front, fenders and rear, muscle power bulges right here were added to 2- and 4-door models. Now this one here is kind of unusual. It's an SS396, it's a real one, but has a bench seat and a column shifted automatic. Yeah, you paid extra for buckets and a console. But getting back to this body restyle for 1970, what about wagons and El Caminos? Were they different? You bet. This is a 1970 Chevy El Camino. It looks the same as the Chevelle with the body-colored headlight surrounds, and many people make the assumption that these are basically the same car. But here's the thing. Where are the power bulges in the fenders? What's up with this little vent window? You don't have that on the 2- and 4 doors. And where's the power bulge in the rear quarter panel? The reality is, El Caminos and station wagons use specific sheet metal that's quite a bit different from the 2- and 4-door hardtop convertible and sedan. So if you have a fender bender with your SS396 Chevelle, don't make the incorrect assumption that you can buy an El Camino front clip and it'll work. It's totally different.
Well, there is that El Camino, and remember, it looks almost identical. but as is so often the case, it's not quite. And you got to need a guy like Steve Magnante who can point out those differences. Well, we got a new #1 seller of the day. We've topped the 50,000 mark. This is a 1972 Chevelle SS, still being bid.
This is a very special car. You know, this is a true SS 402 or 396, you choose it, but the 5th digit is a U. It's a factory 4-speed. It's a beautiful example, very crisp, very correct.
It's also a pretty base bench seat car. Bucket seats were optional on these. Wow, $65,000 and still going.
Well, not only is this the #1 sale of the day, this is going to be the #1 sale of the auction so far. Yesterday, our top seller was a 1973 Mustang. It was a convertible. Now this one's well past it at $70,000. And the hammer's down. Congratulations to those folks. They saw it coming. They knew what they wanted. And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on. Away it goes for $70,000. The new #1 sale of the Barrett-Jackson Las Vegas auction so far. Now, we know the numbers are going to go higher, but for at least a brief time, that is going to be the #1 sale. 1933 Ford sedan delivery up on the block. A big custom.
Very pretty. It has been chopped about 3 inches, I dare say. The windshield is shorter than it would be. Steel fenders, steel body on this one. And I love the suicide doors, the graceful Greyhound ornament. Let's take a peek with the chassis cam and see what we can discover underneath. Here's the underside. No front bumper, Nerf bars, independent front suspension, rack and pinion, nice coated headers on there, automatic transmission, nicely done body color underneath, an X-pipe, open drive, feeding a 9-inch rear axle, nicely done underneath as well as up top.
Love the bright green and the flames, and I love the call out on the side window. Sudden delivery, this one says. So a bit of whimsy. Somebody's had a lot of fun doing this and shaving all of the emblems, door handles, etc. to build it to taste.
35, so what she said, and now 7, and now 7, and 29,
Well, what a classic, fun hot rod. I mean, yeah, you know, you have to decide whether you like green, but I mean, I love this color combination. The yellow, the flames, the green in the back, the way they've done the sudden delivery, the artwork on the side. And I love those badges up on the front of the hood, you know, on the grill. You know, there's a Canadian Auto Club. There's one from the National Parks in the 1930s. Boy, they've done such a great job making this, doing a great job on the paint. And once again, just those little elements. You see those travel badges up front.
One detail here in the center of the roof, those flutes are not something that was a factory design, and that's actually an insert from a 1960, I think, Ford wagon that was welded in and very artfully merged with no surgery scars at all. Very cool.
Well, we thought it was going to sell there at $40,000, and in that last second, a bid came in, bumped it up to $41,000. And that's what it sells for, $41,000 for a 1933 Ford sedan delivery custom with that great 350 cubic inch crate V8 under the hood. All right, up on the block now is a 1965 Ford Mustang, and it's a pretty special car with some pretty special ownership, Mike.
Well, Don Williams was bidder number 1 at Barrett-Jackson. He had the Black Hawk collection, and we believe this car is out of that collection. Don passed earlier this year, but this car is restored to the standard of cars we're going to see come by all in one big flight sequentially from Black Hawk. This car was parked right next to there. It is a 65 Ford Mustang. It does have the optional pony interior, add-on air conditioning underneath the dash, and a 289 V8.
Yeah, it's an A-code, 289 4-barrel. An unusual feature is the two-tone paint. You know, most people think Mustangs are red or black or whatever, but you could actually buy a painted roof that was a contrasting color to the body. It's not vinyl. Again, it's a factory two-tone car. Pretty uncommon.
The pony interior, if you can look at the backrest, both front and rear, and you will see the embossed Mustangs charging there. So that was an upgrade. This is a very high-spec car. Here's Steve Davis.
One of our close friends and associates and one of the pillars in the collector car community recently passed away. He purchased this car at Barrett-Jackson a while back, and we're selling it here today. Don Williams of the Black Hawk collection. Don Williams is a legend. He is, again, one of the forefathers of the collector car world. We're honored to have this car, and we're going to keep Don in our prayers from now on. But if you want to buy a nice car, coming from one of the top collectors in the world, from the top collections in the world, who bought that car a while back here at Barrett-Jackson, here's your opportunity. It's banging your door down. Don't miss it. It's a great car coming from an incredible man.
Included with this car is every registration slip from when it was new to when it entered the museum collection in 1981.
Yeah, this particular car spent its entire life living in southern Arizona, so not much rust is going to be on there. $37,000. That's what that 1965 Mustang sells for. Right behind it is a car that a lot of us have been drooling over all week. It's a 1976 BMW 2002, but this one's special. The custom touches on this are spectacular.
And they start with the Hella driving lights and go to the Panasport wheels underneath. You've got the 4-cylinder single overhead cam engine. I'm going to reach here and look for the hood release, and there it is. The clamshell hood lifts from the rear, and there's that beautiful motor. 2-barrel downdraft carburetor, aluminum radiator, alternator added. So a lot of modernization here. Fender flares, upgraded suspension, a lot going on here, kind of hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, 1976, close to the end for the 2002, replaced with a 320i here in the States. A little bit bigger, but something we see on almost all BMWs of this era is something called the Hofmeister kink. This little kink in the B-pillar right there, named after its designer, Hofmeister.
Yeah, it's got Recaro seats inside, Momo steering wheel. Love the Willwood disc brakes that they've put on there. It's such a nice job they've done. The flares on the side over the wheels. Boy, once again, this is just a 1970s European hot rod which has been redone.
There was a thing called the 2002 TII, which was an turbocharged little critter, and of course, Callaway cars, they didn't make Corvettes first. They made BMW turbo kits way back when, Reeves Callaway in Old Lyme, Connecticut. So the Callaway dynasty was started making turbo kits for 2002s if you didn't get one from the factory. Boys love the way the exhaust tip comes out through the center in the back. That's a factory application right there. Kind of a cool little detail.
You see Camille, the bidder assistant, working 2 different bidders up on the auction block, and we also have a phone bidder you see in the lower right-hand corner. So there's a lot of interest in this, just as there are a lot of people here taking a look at it, and it sells at $42,000. Once again, a nice build on that 1976 BMW 2002 Custom. And check that out. Up in the Jackson Skybox, lady on the right, you might recognize her, Nicole Kidman. Guy next to her, yeah, that's Keith Urban. What a combo up there, hanging out in the Barrett-Jackson Skybox just above. Once again, this is Las Vegas. No shortage of celebrities. We see them wandering around, and apparently those 2 are car people. Up on the block now, that 1970s Chevrolet El Camino.
Well, these can be kind of confusing to people. At the front, we see the Chevy Malibu front, but if you look on the front fenders, we don't see the power bulges you'd see on either a 2-door or a 4-door. These items right here. That's why the El Camino and the wagons specifically did not have those features. So kind of an interesting detail right there. But again, the El Camino, a utility vehicle and a muscle car all in one.
Well, 1970 was the year of high horsepower. They attempted to add a little bit of luxury touches there, a little bit of wood grain on the back, on the tailgate of both the wagons and the El Camino. A genuine super sport, and I see this as a buy where we are right now.
Yeah, this one packs a 427, and it is true the SS 454 was absolutely a possibility in 1970. Imagine that, a 454 with 360 horsepower in something with just about no weight over the tail. Tiger by the tail, a lot of fun, but run those drag slicks.
And think about this. This one has 425 horsepower coming out of that. How do you hook that up? I mean, you got to put stuff in the back.
took both of the owner ones. Junior, you said 29, right? I got 28.5. You got
I love that ZL2 cowl induction hood, the little flapper open. And of course, what that does, it takes pressurized air from the base of the windshield, crams it into the engine compartment.
So, 28 pounds of power, Shane Ryan.
There was a question at the end, but they figured out it was sold at $28,500 for that 1970 El Camino with the big block 427 cubic inch engine under the hood. Barrett-Jackson is the world's greatest collector car auction, and it's cars like that that are a perfect example. Mid-60s Corvette, beautiful white, blue hood, great engine under the hood, convertible. Yeah, we all want to drive around in one of those things. That's the great thing about Barrett-Jackson. You'll find a variety of Corvettes and muscle cars, modern machinery. It's all across the block. Like this 1986 Buick Grand National.
Well, these were the bad boy muscle cars of the 1980s, and that's either saying not much or a lot. You choose. The V6 under the hood dates back to 1961, but when Buick put a turbo on this thing in 1978, they created a legend. Of course, by 1986, these had sequential fuel injection, intercoolers, and could absolutely keep up with a Corvette without too much trouble.
And you got to realize the 1980s weren't exactly the highest horsepower era that we had, but this was fun. This had the power for its day.
You're right, Rick. It was the malaise era is what enthusiasts call it today. It's when the car manufacturers were much more concerned with government regulation and meeting emissions and safety requirements than they were about making horsepower. Buick was kind of an exception. They took the V6 to Indy. They raced V6s in the Busch Grand National Series. And this was the performance car of the mid to late 80s coming out of Detroit.
You know, speaking of government regulations, these have something very unusual up front. The grill on these is designed to not be easily damaged in a low-speed impact. Kind of weird, from 1973 onward, most GM midsize cars, you don't want to beat on it, but right here, it's a spring-loaded grill right there. It's meant to deflect and not get broken. And again, that was a government mandate for minimal damage in a 5-mile-per-hour impact. How goofy is that? I always say when legislators start designing cars, it's not always good. Just saying.
Well, they've been doing it for a long time. That's the thing. You know, there was a time when there was none of that, and then slowly but surely it changed. And what I love, though, is the way the car designers have managed to work around that over time. Yeah, there's a regulation. Now, how can we have some fun with it?
47, 46, 47, he said it.
And one thing that's good to see on this one, the trunk is closed. A thing called a SPID. It's a decal under there, the service parts identification label. And on this one, we see the option G89. Hallelujah. Positive traction. Limited step differential was not standard on a Grand National. You had to pay extra, and this one has it. Good news.
$45,000 for a 1986 Buick Grand National, all 235 horsepower. Going to that gentleman right there. That is now the number 4 sale of the day for day 2 at Barrett-Jackson. And let's take a look at what's about to cross the block on our Meguiar's on deck cam. In this case, it's a 1966 Chevy Malibu Custom. This first generation Chevelle, looking all nice with those custom touches, beautiful paint. It'll be up on the block in just a few moments after it gets a little spit and polish, or in this case, Meguiar's and polish. 1955 Bel Air Custom.
Well, first year for the Tri-5 Chevys, 55, 6, 7. Love the two-tone body color treatment where the tail is white, the nose is yellow, and this one's had a lot of Restomod upgrades.
Speaking of Restomod, the grill on this, if you recognize that from, say, a 1949 Ferrari Barchetta, yeah. Harley Earl would spend a lot of time in Europe, loved the Ferrari Egg Crate grill, and says, you know what, let's put that on every 55 Chevy, and indeed, that is absolutely Ferrari-inspired. About the only time that a Ferrari and a Chevrolet have anything in common.
Although, from a buyer's perspective, it wasn't that popular. They looked at this and they thought, yeah, you know, they were looking at the Cadillac grill that went all the way across the side. So the next year, the Ferrari-inspired grill went away.
Note the call-outs under the tail lights. That's because Chevrolet wanted everybody to know that you had bought your new Chevy with the new for 1955 265 cubic inch overhead valve small block V8.
To that point, Mike, the VIN even reflects that fact. On this, there's a little V, a prefix of a V that happens ahead of all V8 powered cars. Not there on the six bangers. This is a V8 car, according to the VIN. Of course, it's the real deal. 265 cubes, now a 350. Nothing wrong with that.
45.
Resto mods have been big these last half dozen or so years at Barrett-Jackson, and this part of the hobby keeps climbing. You get a car that has all the looks and features of a classic, but it's going to run and drive like a new car. And a lot of people want just that.
Exactly. They love the style. They want modern convenience. $44,500. Thumbs up from that gentleman. You're like, yeah, I was able to pull that off. Congratulations. By the way, right now, if you want to break into the top 10 of the day so far, it's going to take at least $42,000. Top 10 of the auction overall, $44,500. That Bel Air is now the number 10 overall seller. Up on the block is the car we previewed a moment ago, a 1966 Malibu Custom.
Well, the VIN tells us so much. This one has a 135 in the first few spots. It was born a six-cylinder. A 136 would be a small block V8. But with that said, it now has a small block V8. No harm done there. Also a 4-speed manual.
So this body style, new for 1966 with the flying buttress rear window, you could get it as a Chevelle 300 in a base two-door, four-door sedan. When you upgraded to this, the Malibu, you could get a two-door hardtop with no B-pillar or window surround. So you could go further and get an SS or even further yet. So we call this a mid-grade of the 66 Chevelle. I love the frost blue with the blue vinyl interior, black carpets, very sharp presentation here.
You know, Mike, I misspoke. It is a 4-speed, but it's a 4-speed automatic with overdrive, not a 4-speed manual. Four-wheel disc brakes, too, and a Ford 9-inch rear axle. It's called a Fab 9 from Curry Enterprise in Southern California. It's a Ford axle under a Chevy. Doesn't really matter, but it's a tough axle, but it's nice to see the four-wheel disc brakes. Plenty of stopping power. Fuel cell here. If you look down below the license plate, you'll see the sump where the gasoline sits naturally lowest, feeds into the fuel supply line toward the front of the car. The engine, of course, a racing-inspired fuel cell.
$33,000 to that 1966 Chevrolet Malibu to that gentleman right there. Well, don't forget to watch our live coverage of Barrett-Jackson Super Saturday. It begins at 3 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow on the History Channel. You know, whether you're a true history buff or you just tune in for episodes of your favorite series, the History Store is your one-stop shop for exclusive and official History Channel gear. And if you shop now at thehistorystore.com, you can get 25% off by using discount code History25. Now that's valid through June 24th, tomorrow at midnight Pacific time. Terms and conditions apply, but you can save money. Buy some cool gear. Why not? 2009 Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG Roadster. This is the first of the Brian Frank collection.
Yeah, this is the one you want. This is the top of the line for 2009. Under 40,000 miles on this one, and everything on it is factory. AMG is Mercedes in-house tuning company, kind of like M is to BMW. That's what AMG is to Mercedes. Red and black interior, red exterior, and a whopping V12. You're going to get smooth horsepower and plenty of it.
You're way behind nobody. And now 44, another 5. And 7, 40. You got 48 grand over there. Oh, well, bless your heart, Shane, right? Hey, 50. And now 50. I got 48 grand in. Asking 50. And now 50. Pounds and 48, 50.
Only about $90,000 away from the $140,000 original sticker. And this is as new. It's crisp. Nice looking car.
And quite low miles.
I tell you what, you buy this, you're going to get parked up front by the valet. People are going to think that this is a modern, brand new one because it looks so great. The styling's really strong. Once again, this is a 14-year-old car with 35,000 miles.
Brian Frank and his whole family are right up here on stage to watch this sell. A family business started by your dad, Roger, great Barrett-Jackson consignor. Where do you keep finding these beauties right in the middle of America's heartland?
Well, it's Nebraska red.
Yes, it is Nebraska.
So yeah, we try to pick out the good colors and the good cars. So.
Well, good luck. He's got some beautiful 409s coming up this weekend.
Well, numbers climbing. Of course, it should be. We're now at the number 2 sale of the day. Current bid at $62,000. And that's what it sells for. 2009 Mercedes-Benz SL63 AMG. Comes in as the number 2 sale so far here at Barrett-Jackson. Remember, the number 1 sale so far was a $70,000 Chevelle SS. Right, coming up in just a little bit, we're going to see a 1972 Datsun 240Z. Oh, but this one's a little bit different. It is custom. That's because under the hood of this Datsun, it has an LS engine. That's right. We'll see that up on the block before too long.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas. The most strongly opinionated car person I know is my 22-year-old daughter. And when college graduation time came, I said, what do you want for graduation? She says, I want a new Ford Bronco. I didn't even know she knew what those were, but boy, Broncos are hot, both new and old, and they come here to Barrett-Jackson in all varieties, as Rick DeBrule explains.
The great thing about the current Bronco craze is you can have yours any way you want, and that's just fine for the market. You want it stock like this one, where you're not cutting out the wheel wells. This one still has the 6-cylinder engine under the hood, pretty stock inside except for the roll cage. Oh, that's great. Or you can start getting crazy. Like this first generation Bronco that's had just about everything done to it. I mean, yeah, they started by cutting the wheel wells. 5.5-inch lift there, 2-inch lift on the body, big huge bumper up front, 351 cubic inch Windsor underneath, the Raptor liner on the outside, plenty of lights, full roll cage, and you have your choice. You can leave the doors on, or you could take the doors off. The open concept, like this 1966 Custom. You can go subtle if you like this 1971 Ford Bronco. Love the Gulf colors, some subtle custom touches, nice lift kit, but nothing too wild. Of course, if you want it wild, well, we've got that. Check out this tribute to Big Ole. Remember the off-road Bronco that Parnelli Jones and Bill Stropp drove during the early 1970s in the Baja? Well, this was inspired by that beast. And boy, what a creature this is. Massive engine, fully custom suspension, everything creative and new about this. Which just shows that when it comes to Barrett-Jackson and Broncos, you can have them mild or you can have them wild.
Broncos from mild to wild at Barrett-Jackson. That's lot 396 that'll be coming to the block in just a couple of moments. One of the Broncos that Rick previewed for us. And yes, Daddy's little girl got her Bronco for graduation. She's my only daughter. What can I say?
What a good dad you are. By the way, will you adopt me? 1990 GMC Sierra 1500 custom pickup truck up on the block right now.
Well, 4th year into the GMT 400 aerodynamic style of the grille and cab and fenders, but under the hood of this one, something kind of cool, a Whipple supercharger on top of the 383 Stoker small block. So probably 3 times the horsepower this would have had from the showroom floor.
There used to be whole magazines devoted to these trucks, sport truck and street truck magazines, and they were highly featured in others. What I like here is they have used the step side bed. Normally, we see these with a smooth side bed, but here's the step side. Doesn't hold quite as much, but it is definitely more stylish, if you will, coming and going.
And these bed sides are no longer steel at this point in time, but rather SMC, sheet molded compound. compound, kind of like what's used in a Corvette. So very much dent-proof, easily repaired if they're damaged. Good-looking sides.
And just like with the Broncos, where we talk about the fact that you can customize them any way you want, trucks are the same thing. I mean, we see plenty of jacked up trucks, big lift kits. In this case, it's been lowered 4 inches, so it's got a much meaner stance to it as it rolls across. Not a work truck anymore by any means, but you know, much sportier look to it, shall we say, and a much glossier look with that, you know, cherry glow red color. It's got subtle candy ghost flames.
The Snug Top logo here on top of the bed cover, kind of the go-to manufacturer. They would paint it to match your vehicle, or you could get it in gel coat and have it matched at your body shop.
I think we're still in you can't build it for this kind of money territory on this truck.
Yeah, I'm just looking at when they were showing the interior, it actually has little TV monitors built into the sun visors. That alone is not inexpensive to do.
Very nice ghost flames. What's that line in the Dire Straits song? I want to see me. No, it's Counting Crows song. I want to see me looking back at me on the TV. Me and Mr. Jones.
And you can do it while you're driving in your truck, too.
Nice detail, too, is the Bear disc brakes. These already come from the factory with front disc, but this has been upgraded with 4-wheel Bear disc brakes.
$22,000 for a 1990 GMC Sierra 1500 custom pickup truck. Congratulations to the folks who bought that. They'll write the price right there. Remember, they'll also pay a 10% buyer's premium in addition to that. In fact, when you look on the website and you see prices, remember, the price you see on the website is the price plus 10%. We always talk about a hammer price, which is the price that everybody hears here in the room. All right, this is that 1966 Ford Bronco we saw just a few moments ago. And I got to say, I love this. I love the absolute stock appearance.
So these were available in 3 body styles. This is the basic one, the Roadster. This one has had a convertible top added. You could also get it with a short roof, kind of pickup truck style with an open bed, or you could get it with a full-length roof, which eventually that is the only body style that survived. The other 2 were dropped pretty early in production.
And of interest to collectors, this is a 1966, the first year for the Bronco. Basically Ford's answer to the Jeep and also the International Scout. But the beginning of the dynasty right here, 1966.
Now this is a 4-wheel drive. You don't just flip a lever under the dash, however. This has the worn lockout hubs. You have to get out of the vehicle and go to the front wheel on not one, but both sides and twist this to lock the hubs in the locked position for 4-wheel drive. Now, unless you're up to your waist in mud, that's not a hard thing to do.
Well, hopefully you did it before you got up to your waist in mud. And by the way, while this is mostly stock, they point out that it has had a power steering and front power disc brake conversion. So a few minor upgrades to make it a little more drivable.
If those bucket seats look familiar to owners of Mustangs, the inner structures are the same. One nice thing about all Broncos, 6-cylinder or V8, is the rear axle is the mighty Ford 9-inch. And probably 30% of the time, there's a locking differential in there. So a lot of junkyard scroungers know if you find a Bronco, grab that 9-inch rear axle, chances are it'll have limited slip, put it in your Mustang, and lay rubber.
What I like most about this one, Steve, is the body is untouched. In other words, the fender wells have not been cut out, flares have not been added. This is the way they came from the factory, and as we often say, they're only original once.
It is a double-edged sword, you have to say. You know, if you want to put big fat tires on, there's not much meat you're going to fit underneath that semi-skirted wheel opening. So that's why people cut them. But yes, it's a refreshing change to see when it's not been cut.
$42,000 for that pretty original looking 1966 first generation, first year Ford Bronco. Like you said, there's no shortage of them here. The only question is, how much do you want to change it? How much do you want to modify? Do you want first generation? Do you want modern generation? Once again, they're all here at Barrett-Jackson.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas. Now, when I left school a very long time ago, I spent my first summer in a VW Combi van, as we call them. And let me tell you, it was absolutely nothing like this 1974 Volkswagen 23-window microbus recreation. Now this, of course, this is a Brazilian, I should say, 23-window van with a little bit of a difference. Check this out up here. It's the third headlight, and this was an option in these vehicles. This one, it has been beautifully redone in this red and cream color. And if you come all the way around the back here, you'll see that there's a ladder that goes up to the roof for those roof racks. And you'll see on the top here, the black top, well, that is your black sliding rooftop that opens up all of the car, and you'll see that beautiful grey and white interior in there. This one, well, it's powered by an 1830cc engine, and it's got a 4-speed manual transmission. Just have a look on the inside here and you'll get a look. Now this, of course, has the third row seat before the third row seat was even a thing. Oh, I had some great days in that first summer that I left school in Australia. This brings back lots of fond memories, and maybe some I'd rather forget.
Well, I once spent 6 weeks living out of a VW van, and, you know, it gets a little cozy in there, but it's also a fun way to travel the country. At least it was when I was back in college. $25,000, the current bid for a 1971 Chevy Nova.
Well, this one is done in a pro touring theme, which means it is set up to go drag racing a quarter mile at a time. They kept the roof and all the rest of the sheet metal new on this one. All of it is replaced other than the roof. They use Detroit Speed mini tubs in the back so they can fit those big hoops and very, very wide tires. Up front, you'll find a 6.2-liter V8 Gen 5 LT1 engine with a direct injection, 455 horsepower, and a Hydra-Matic 8-speed automatic transmission. So a lot of new under the hood here to go with this pro touring build. Autometer gauges, aftermarket Recaro-style seats, much bigger wheels and tires than it was born with. Again, built to go a quarter mile at a time, but still be very streetable. That's the pro touring vibe.
I love what they've done where they've dropped the spindles 2 inches in the front. They've done a 1-inch coil drop, so it's kind of a mean rake to it. I also love this color. You know, it looks a little root beerish, but the official name of that color is Sinful Cinnamon. $36,500 for that 1971 Chevy Nova Custom. 455 horsepower. Congratulations to those folks right there. They'll get to drive that thing home. Welcome back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction here in Las Vegas. The 15th year that we've been here, and this is our second of 3 days selling cars here inside the Las Vegas Convention Center. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
I'm in the pre-staging lanes, and this may not be a Christine quite like it, but I am transfixed, fascinated, obsessed with this 1959 Plymouth Fury, and you can see why. Everybody talks about the crazy fins of the 50s, like the 59 Cadillac. Well, how about a 59 Plymouth Fury? Look at these gigantic fins on this thing. Now, the car for the movie was a 58 in red, of course, the Stephen King movie. But this one looks great in salmon, and look at the wild interior here. Kind of the tweed pattern, and if you look up by the steering wheel, you have the push button for the AC controls, or HVAC, but on the other side is the same push button for the transmission. Under the hood is a 317 cubic inch V8. Seems to be running very well, and I've noticed it hasn't closed its own hood, closed the door, or tried to murder anybody, so no demonic presence with this car, just a beautiful Fury.
Yeah, nothing demonic, but massive fins on the back of that. 1959, boy, they were at that point where they couldn't stand taller and prouder, and I love the emblem right into the center of it. Beautiful design. Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to see the entire list of cars that will be crossing the block. Do all your research so that when you come to Barrett-Jackson, you know exactly what you want to be buying because you've already looked at it online. Up on the block now, another car from the Brian Frank collection, a 1972 Datsun 240Z. But this one has a twist, right, Mike?
Hey, and guess what? It's Nebraska red. Must be Brian's favorite color. All right, Cliffy, pop the hood on this beast. There is no inline six there. With a standalone harness, computer tuned by Texas Tuning. This is an LS swap with new injectors, a new custom exhaust, custom engine mounts, moving that weight rearward for better distribution. Now, this one has a 700 R4 transmission with a shift kit, aluminum radiator, upgraded disc brakes, limited slip differential with new U-joints and drive shaft, mostly new interior with new carbon door panels, XXR 15x8 wheels with Kumho tires, bumper delete. This is not the Datsun 240Z I remember, Rick.
Not at all. You know, there was a time back in the 1980s when putting V8 engines in old sports cars was kind of a trend. You know, they were doing it with Healey's, they were doing it with Jaguars, you know, because they really weren't that dependable. The idea was you could put in the V8, you could start it every time. This isn't the same situation. They didn't do it because the 240Z wasn't dependable. They did it simply because they wanted the extra horsepower coming out of the front. And it sells $30,000. By the way, he may have called it Nebraska red, but the official name for that color, Ferrari red.
Except in Nebraska.
I believe then we just call it Cornhusker red. Pulled up behind it, a 1961 Volkswagen double cab. At the very beginning of our broadcast, this was the car that April Rose chose to take a look at, and I can see why. This beautiful double cab with some very nice touches added to it.
The 1600cc engine has been professionally rebuilt less than 2,000 miles ago. Gleaming base coat, clear coat paint, because this also comes to us from the Brian Frank collection, a family restoration business. It's called a Doppelcab because here is the back door and rear seat. Where do you think Detroit got the idea for crew cab pickups? Well, they got it from Volkswagen. The pickup bed on these is really interesting because the sides fold down as well as the tailgate. Now, the bed floor is going to be higher in this than on an American pickup truck because that motor is located in the rear, as it is on all air-cooled Volkswagens. Just rebuilt. There's a look at it. Wow, nice and everything nice and clean and ready to go under there. We'll drop this lid so the Barrett-Jackson folks can push this one off to the ramp to put a little extra pressure on the bidders as we're at 34,000.
You know, as I remember, the story goes that around the factory, they used to take some of the VW buses and they would pull the body off and they'd put a flat piece of wood on the back and they'd use them for hauling equipment around the factory. And there was a particular importer for the United States named Max Hoffman who went there and saw that and said, hey, wait a minute, guys. I think you got something here. Let's build a pickup truck. We can sell those. And that's what they did.
Yeah, in Australia, they call those tray beds, what we would call a flatbed or a stake body.
$40,000, that's the hammer price on that 1961 Volkswagen double cab with some minor modifications, a little custom work here and there. Beautifully done all the way around. All right, check this out on the staging lanes. I love this 1949 Cadillac. It's a Series 62. And you know, sometimes when we see these cars, it reminds us of something, well, from our memories. And that's exactly what Tyler Hoover thought when he found this Caddy.
1949 was a big year for Cadillac. It was the second year of the birth of the Finn, Harley Earl's legendary design, born from the P-38 Lightning fighter, the twin-tail fighter that brought the Finns of the late 40s into the fabulous 50s. But 49 was also the first year of the overhead valve V8 engine in the big body Cadillac right here. This was the first Motor Trend magazine car of the year, and I actually own one of these. I saw it at a car show, not this car, but one just like it a long time ago. My daughter was in diapers in a stroller, and I love the thing. Talked to the owner for a very long time and said, like so many times, if you ever want to sell it, here's my phone number, please call me. Never heard from him again until 7-8 years later. He actually remembered me and called me, and I was able to buy it. Now, mine's a little bit different. It doesn't have that original overhead valve V8. It has a 500 cubic inch Cadillac V8 from the 70s, so a bit of a resto mod, but that means mine can go 80 miles an hour down the highway easily. It is an absolute beast, but it does take its gas from the same way. Right here, the taillight pops up, and you feel it right there. I love driving my Cadillac, loading up the family, and, well, that's the only time I've ever got a car from leaving my phone number.
I own a BMW IZ for that exact reason. I said, oh, if you ever decide to sell it, give me a call. It's amazing what can happen. All right, this 1974 Volkswagen 23 window is a microbus recreation.
So as we've said, they continued building these in Brazil after they stopped making them in Germany. This is Brazilian-made, upgraded 1830cc engine, 4-speed manual transmission, new clutch and dual carbs, polished aluminum wheels, pop-out safari front windows, and a sliding canvas top. You can put a lot of school kids in one of these, or a very, very big family. And I liked the engine upgrade because this will be quite a bit faster than it would have been stock.
Look at the top there. You see that headlight? That was not a VW option. That's just kind of a fun, whimsy thing that people have started doing with those.
So you see that coming at you at the other end of the tunnel, you're going to think it's an oncoming train.
Exactly. Don't wake up seeing that coming at you. And once again, a lot of times they're simply using old American iron headlights that they're popping up there. 2009 Bentley Continental GTC up on the block.
A lot of these come to Barrett-Jackson. This one is in 09. It is dark sapphire blue soft top, linen leather. It's got a 12-cylinder engine with 552 horsepower and a 6-speed automatic. It has a very clean vehicle history report. Owner's manuals, 3 keys are included. This is just, the words achingly gorgeous come to mind when you look at this one. How luxurious can you get? I can't think of anything more sumptuous with a drop top than this.
I was in the elevator this morning coming down with somebody, and we were talking. He's got a bitter past. Like, oh, what are you looking at? I said, oh, got to get one of those Bentleys. They just look so great, and I can see why. When you see these, they just look like they're a high-performance luxury car, which they are. 552 horsepower.
I would worry if I owned this, Rick, because look how beautiful this interior is. I would drive it somewhere, turn the key off, and I just want to sit in it and enjoy it for a while.
Yeah, my problem is I tend to take my car to Home Depot, Lowe's. I'd be sitting out there going, all right, how am I going to stick the 2x4s in the back of this thing? Well, we got a new #1 seller of the day. This is top 70,000. This is now at $74,000.
I don't know about 2x4s, Rick, but it has a very large trunk.
And the thing I love about the fact that Bentley, in its modern incarnation, has gone back not just to performance, but to racing as well. Went back to Le Mans, did well. I gotta remember, Bentley's roots were in racing. The Bentley boys who won at Le Mans over a series of years. So having the performance, the power, and the Bentley name all back together, I think is special.
So the only drawback to this, Rick, is that when you go to the Bentley parts department, they still think it's a $250,000 car. And this one's been enjoyed for 65,000 miles. Not a lot as these cars go, but yes, they are expensive to own and to properly maintain. And that's why many of them end up here at Barrett-Jackson, where discerning collectors can buy these cars, maybe keep the miles down, keep the maintenance costs kind of low, and add it to their collection.
Yeah, but in many ways, when you're going to own a Bentley, it's like when you're going to own a Ferrari. You just have to say, okay, yeah, it's a great car, and I'm going to have to spend a certain amount of money on maintenance every year. Keep up with it. Do it right. Don't let it get behind. Factor that into what you're buying. Don't just think, oh, I'm getting a great deal on a car that should cost $250,000. Hey, what? This one isn't stopping. It was at 72, crawled up to 75, 78. Now we're up to $82,000. And that is where the hammer comes down for this 2009 Bentley Continental GC. All right, now it's time to sell a boat, in this case, for a great cause.
Cancer Society, with its mission to end cancer as we know it for everyone. Lancer Craft donated a rare collector's item, the first boat ever produced with 100% of the proceeds going to benefit ACS. Affectionately known as Pink, it features a stunning 20-foot hull design with a pink finish and a wood veil deck. Barrett-Jackson and Lancer Craft encourage you to bid for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own a piece of boating history while helping save lives.
Danny Warren is here from Lancer Craft. Tell us about the boat but more importantly about what it is raising money for. What a beautiful boat that is.
It is. And we know that cancer, unfortunately, impacts everyone. So the partners at Lancercraft decided early on that we wanted to do something special. We wanted to do something that would make a difference. So our first boat in our Elite series is Pink. And she was built with the goal of being a fundraiser for your American Cancer Society. They do an outstanding job, so the money raised from today's auction is going to go a long way. And remember, Pink being hull number 1, she represents a one-of-a-kind collector's item. Thank you.
Thank you. So you want to tell them a little bit about how it's built?
Well, at Lancercraft, what we're doing is we're building fiberglass boats that look like the old mahogany and wood boats. In this particular case, we're able to build fiberglass to different colors, but what we're really looking at is sort of the concept of a resto mod, where you get the old school styling with modern technology and less maintenance.
There we go. For a great cause, Joseph.
All right, here we go.
So my dad had a 14-foot Tomahawk wooden boat, and I spent a summer scraping all the varnish and clear coat off it to refinish it. You wouldn't have to do that with this. This is all fiberglass. It's a proprietary technique that they use to give it this beautiful wood grain look without the maintenance of real look. This is a 20-footer that is an Ilmor engine in the bay there with a stern drive. The trailer is included. Wow.
You know, we see a lot of VIN 001s here at Barrett-Jackson, and usually it's a Corvette or a Mustang or something that comes out of Detroit. In this case, Lancercraft is donating the very first of this generation of boat, VIN 001 as we'll call it, for the American Cancer Society.
And with all these charity lots, no buy fee, no sell fee, all the money goes to the cause.
Absolutely, you write right to the American Cancer Society, and for all of us that have lost people with cancer, this is one of our favorite causes: children, cancer, and our veterans. That's 1, 2, and 3.
All right, what do you got out there? $100,000.
You know, they're not calling this a resto mod because obviously it's brand new. What they're calling this is a retro mod. Older styling with new technology, new design underneath.
Kevin Teach, you are out. 820. Come on, Vegas, help them out. 820 pounds and under. Let's go. That's right. 820 pounds and under. You want to be done. 120. 820 pounds and under. Down, down. Team Suzanne, you're out down here. Hey, Junior, you're out 120. 820 pounds and under. Everybody through. Everybody done. 120 pounds and under. Down, everybody get a hammer side. 120 pounds and under. Half. Sold for $110,000 with Kevin back there in the back in Muscle Lounge.
And remember, every single penny goes to the American Cancer Society. When they purchase that, hang on.
Donated an additional $50,000. We welcome everybody else in the audience to help us raise money for the American Cancer Society. If you want to donate, raise your hand now. Thank you.
So $160,000 raised on the boat, and if you want to give any more, just let us know. Let
one of your ringmen know. Thank you very much.
Take it to you. Thank you.
So once again, it's sold for $110,000. They got another $50,000 from the Sullivan family, and then they've got people in the audience raising their hand and donating a little additional money. So once again, money being raised at Barrett-Jackson for a great cause. They've had a history of doing that since their very first event. Back here at Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas, big money on the block, $125,000, the bid for this 1967 Camaro custom convertible.
Well, a lot of modifications and upgrades, a big block, a 5-speed manual with overdrive, 12-bolt rear axle, Detroit Speed, Quadrolink suspension, a lot of expensive parts under this skin.
You'll notice the lady on the right, she's dealing. She works for Barrett-Jackson. She's working with a phone bidder. They dialed it back just a notch to $123,000, and that's the hammer price. That becomes the #1 sale, not just of the day, but of the auction overall. We now had 2 6-figure sales. The first for that charity Lancercraft Elite Runabout boat, and now for this 1967 Camaro Custom. Corvette time, a 1965 convertible.
Well, 65 was a big year if you like to stop. In terms of brakes, 4-wheel disc brakes became standard. We see them here, of course, behind these American Racing torque thrust D wheels. Of course, the term torque thrust D, the D suffix refers to the spoke and how it's curved to clear the disc brake caliper. And we can see right in here the D, of course, affects the regular torque thrust had a straight spoke. But again, this whole thing about clearing that Kelsey Hayes caliper right there, it's all about the torque thrust D. And again, a great looking wheel, but great brakes for 65.
Convertible top G-Force tires on 17-inch American Racing wheels. 50 pound on it now.
Love the Nassau blue, white convertible top. You know, just got such a great appeal in terms of this style, this mid-year Corvette. You know, you can't go wrong with that 63 through 67 styling.
Yeah, these are beautiful. Crazy but true, about 316 people elected to have drum brake delete in 1965. They had a small credit to retain the drum brakes. I think what it was is GM had a bunch of drum brakes. They had to build them out, left over from 64, but the majority of Corvettes in 65 had disc brakes, and all of them ever since have had disc brakes.
And, you know, we'll see a lot of really nice Resto-Mod Corvettes rolling across the block at Barrett-Jackson, but there's something nice about originality. $51,000 for this 65 Corvette. Now, just a little while ago, we were showing you a Cadillac that, well, Tyler Hoover dragged out a memory to talk about. Well, that same Cadillac has brought back memories for another member of our team. Here's Mike Joy.
The 1 millionth Cadillac ever built was born on November 25th, 1949, to great fanfare. Now, why would I remember that? I was born on that very same date. This is the twin to that car. Further, everybody knows that the 48-49 Caddies got the impetus for their rear fins from the Lockheed P-38 fighter plane, a plane that my dad, working at Lockheed under legendary Chief Engineer Clarence Kelly Johnson, helped to design. So for those two reasons, this has always been one of my bucket list cars. Rick?
Absolutely. Well, it's all it takes, and you've got one as a bidder's pass. In fact, I think your bidder's pass is sitting right next to me, Mike. If you want, I'll just bid for you when it goes across the block. Right now, a 1949 Chevy Fleetline Custom, and I was looking at this earlier. This is a great-looking little rod.
It is beautiful. 1941, first year for the torpedo back or Fleetline. In other words, fastback, not just for Mustangs, Chargers, and AMC models in the 60s, but sure enough, the torpedo back or fastback seen right here, beautifully rendered. I love how the lines are flowing and sweep, and this sort of battleship gray just really absorbs light and makes the most of the contours of this body.
Honestly, they've done such a great job doing this build. That gloss gray paint, the 350 cubic inch V8 under the hood, 3-speed automatic transmission. They put a 10-bolt rear end in. They also reworked the front suspension, narrowing it. Did a lot of work to make this a better driving car. And you talk about this unique fastback styling. I mean, the very first car I remember was the 1949 Plymouth. Same kind of styling. I remember that as my very first car that I rode around in. $29,000 to that gentleman right there. Congratulations. Well, if you'd like to try and sharpen your bidding skills and maybe snag a great prize in the process, you'll want to play Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. Right now, April Rose is going to preview one of the cars on which you will hopefully predict the price.
Check out this 1962 Impala SS. Now, these call-outs on the side right here, that's what you want to see when you pull up to the track. Everyone wanted that back in the 60s. Now, this is the 409 with the dual quads. It had a full nut and bolt restoration. It's got the Super Sport package with the power steering and brakes, and shows just beautiful in its Roman red paint with the gleaming stainless trim and turned metal accents. Now inside you got the bucket seats with center console and beautiful detailing on the door panels. I just love this ride, and I want to show you on the back. This just screams 60s to me with all the tail lights. You got 6 there and the turned metal again, the Chevy emblem. Man, this is one sweet ride, DeBrule.
Well, thanks a lot, April. And in fact, that little Chevrolet will cross the block tomorrow, Saturday. So what you need to do is register to play right now. Now, terms and conditions apply. You must be 18 to play. Visit promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com for the official rules. Who knows? You could walk away with the grand prize, a 2023 Dodge Charger. Up on the block now, a 1972 Chevelle Custom.
So this is the Custom Chevelle. It is, well, let's see, it's not a super sport, and there's a real quick, easy way to tell, aside from the badging. And that's, look at the dashboard. See the horizontal speedometer? That's what was standard on non-super sport Chevelles, which got 3 round gauges instead of that, the basic gauge package. No harm, no foul. This one's been highly upgraded with a 502 cubic inch engine, Hallobrand style kidney bean wheels. Nice.
Nice to the point of $38,000. High-fiving right there for that 72 Chevelle with that 502 cubic inch big block V8 underneath the hood. All right. You say you like something a little bit earlier in the Chevelle world? How about a Malibu convertible from 1965?
Well, the second year for the mid-sized A-body platform, the Chevelle, the Malibu, something very special. The L79, which of course is a 350 horsepower 327, the biggest, baddest engine you could get in one of these, short of the Z16 396. Let's look at the chassis cam and the underside of this beautiful Malibu. Here it is right here, the underside of that 327. 4-speed Muncie, dual exhaust, boxed frame rails on the convertible, 12-bolt rear axle, dual exhaust, all of that correct and nicely presented. Sway bar at the back, F41 rear suspension.
Steve, this car presents as better than new with its base coat, clear coat paint gleaming there, all new chrome handles here, all new interior. Now, seat belts were still optional on most cars there. They have a retractor there, so they all roll up and don't just flail around if they're not in use. A full-length console for that 4-speed shifter, a brand new white convertible top, brand new SS hubcaps, and white wall tires. Better than new, this Malibu SS.
Yeah, second year right here for the mid-sized. Of course, the Pontiac GTO, the Olds 442, the Buick GS would also be based on the mid-size platform, which again was a whole new thing in 1964.
You know, we can call this really a true resto mod in the sense that, you know, it looks from the outside like a dead stock 1965 Malibu, but it's got that upgraded 327 cubic inch engine under the hood, 12-bolt rear end, positive traction, all kinds of nice minor touches, but from the outside looks dead stock.
You make a good point, Rick. The consignor describes this as not necessarily being an actual original L79. That's a big deal, but with that said, it's really well rendered.
$50,000, that's the sales price for that 1965 Malibu convertible. Congratulations. Back here in Las Vegas, up on the block right now, we got a 1957 Bel Air custom 2-door post. Current bid, $50,000.
Well, Chevrolet called this a 2-door sedan. That's just what it is, with a 502 cubic inch big block engine and a price to match.
Exactly, $50,000. That's what the hammer came down, and away it goes. Congratulations to those folks out there. Going up behind it, a 1949 Cadillac Series 62. We've talked a lot about this because Tyler had a motor memory for this.
Don meant to me. So I was proud enough to be asked to speak at his funeral. He was also a founding member of Barrett-Jackson and showed cars at Pebble Beach for 50 straight years. So that tells you a little bit about the quality of cars they look for. He was also Tom Barrett's protege. Long history, one of the greatest guys in car collecting ever, and his cars, he always picked the best.
Let's talk about Don Williams. Don Williams, who passed away not too long ago, part of had the Black Hawk collection, and once again, an amazing collector. I believe he had bidding pass #1 for a long time here at Barrett-Jackson, and now his wife is selling some of the remaining cars from his collection, like this 1949 Cadillac Series 62.
So the big news here is under the hood. 331 cubic inches of overhead valve V8 in its very first year. Shared design with Oldsmobile. And this was the engine and the body style Briggs Cunningham took to race at Le Mans a couple of years later. It was the hot rodders' choice of V8 engine up and until the small block Chevy came along.
Let's take a peek underneath this beautiful Cadillac with the chassis cam. Beautiful grille, massive bumper, all that's metal and chrome. Underside of that 331 overhead valve V8, the Hydra-Matic automatic transmission. Single exhaust, correct and presented. No custom stuff here. Leaf springs in the back, just as crisp underneath as it is up top.
So this style, this body style, this car basically debuted the year before in 1948, but 1949 was the year they sold more of these, and it was a massive leap forward in the Cadillac world from an engineering and technology perspective.
We might have mentioned this already, but the integrated tail fins appeared in 1948, carried out here in 1949.
And Craig's point is, you know, it's one thing to buy a car that looks nice, but this is a car that came out of Don Williams' collection. He only bought the best, he only curated the best, and this is probably one of the best 1949 Cadillacs around.
Now that millionth Cadillac, it went straight off the assembly line into the GM Heritage Collection where it resides today. This one is restored to better than new. Gloss finishes on what once were flat. I've been all over this car. Can't find a flaw with it. It is just unbelievably gorgeous.
Once again, the 1948 Cadillac that debuted this body style the year before, that was the first of the post-war Cadillacs. Up until that point, they'd really been building pre-war Cadillacs. This was the new engineering, the new style.
And that two-door hardtop DeVille body style, new for 49. Here it is. Wow, standard of the world. That's what Cadillac was at this time.
And we can't overestimate the importance of that pushrod overhead valve V8 engine. Again, Oldsmobile and Cadillac, the Kettering, Boss Kett designed these things at General Motors, but again, they were designed to run on hot 10 gasoline, and he's revolutionized hot rodding and pretty much dethroned the Ford flathead V8.
And we've talked about the fact that Barrett-Jackson, I mean, yeah, it's a lot of popular culture, cool cars, but it's also automotive history, industrial design history, cultural styles that we see going across the block. And in 1949, this is what you aspire to if you'd hit it big.
And I don't think you will ever see a better one than this one right here.
1949, we had an internet bidder involved, but ultimately those folks down on the floor come away the winner at $59,000 for that 1949 Cadillac coming out of the Don Williams collection. Rolling behind it, one of my all-time favorite cars, a 1973 Volvo. It's a P1800 ES, the Sport Wagon.
So this is a very late build of this body style that debuted in the early 1960s with an egg crate grille like on the 59 Chevy and a lot of chrome all the way down. You're going to get the familiar four-cylinder Volvo pushrod engine, but wow, fuel injection on this one.
Indeed, the E is about this mechanical fuel injection system right here, the Ram-tuned intakes, the plenum right there. Very advanced stuff. Not the carburetors you'd find on most Volvos at this period of time.
The restoration you have here, car is way under the money for what it is and very rare.
This also from the Blackhawk collection. Now, originally these cars were built with a 2+2 fastback body style. Late in the production, they adopted this shooting brake style with the hatchback to sell against the MGB GT and other similar cars. In fact, there is a brand new Volvo available with this very same lines in the back.
And the importance of that hatchback is that there is no surround on it. No chrome, no metal, a glass hatchback, which was very important and innovative in its day.
This is a U.S. spec car. The bumpers stand a little bit proud of the body, and hidden inside of these cylindrical posts are actual hydraulic shock absorbers, part of the federal mandate that the car restore itself back to unharmed condition within 24 hours, courtesy of those nitrogen-charged shock absorbers.
And like all the Blackhawk collection cars, restored to better than as new condition.
Now, this is not the first P1800 ES we've seen across the block at Barrett-Jackson, but I absolutely will tell you this is the best we have ever seen. I love this styling, kind of that flying brake look where they took the car that was slightly kind of a fastback, the old Saint 1800, and now they've turned it into a beautiful, we'll call it the original hatchback.
That's right, the British TV detective series, The Saint, starring Roger Moore, and he drove a P1800.
Well, he drove the sedan version. He didn't drive the station wagon.
Yeah, the
1800, right.
Right.
And I misspoke. These have electronic fuel injection, not mechanical.
Way it goes, $55,000 to that gentleman right there, and I think he's got himself what is arguably one of the best P1800 ES sport wagons from Volvo on the planet. The Summon Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for $55,000. Big and beautiful rolling up behind it, a 1959 Plymouth Sport Fury.
The amount of chrome work, the attention to detail. If you've not looked over this car, come up and look at it. Absolutely spectacular, top and bottom.
Well, I saw this car out in the hall where it was parked along with the other Blackhawk cars, and nobody who walked past it could do so without stopping. What a beautiful restoration.
Yeah, this is the 318 polyspherical 4-barrel. And keep in mind, this is a Sport Fury. In 1956, 7, and 8, the Fury was a high-performance model. The Sport Fury was somewhat de-watered, de-contented. But with that said, this is Virgil Exner's forward-look body, perhaps at its very best. Thin pillars, beautiful tail fins, the faux spare tire on the deck lid. Again, Virgil Exner at his best right here, the forward look.
Look at that gleaming chrome and stainless, that brand new base coat, clear coat paint. Along the body side, this embossed kind of golf ball embossed trim. Where would you ever find that? And inside, a brand new interior done to as stock specification. Gorgeous, just gorgeous.
Under the Skin, 1959 would be the final year for body-on-frame construction. Would go to semi-unitized construction for 1960. Similar looking car, but again, quite a bit lighter than these full-frame 59s.
Bringing big money in the room. We're closing in on 6 figures. We are there.
I'm not surprised, Rick. I've never seen a better one. Well, you know what they say, go big or go home. You go home in this, you're going big.
With the biggest fins around, $100,000 to those folks right there, giving a hug, thumbs up. They have a spectacular piece of machinery from the late 50s. They can be proud of that. Our third six-figure car of the day. Let's take a look at our top 5 sellers, brought to you by Hagerty. Of course, that Camaro leads the way with $123,000. The Charity Boat, $110,000. You want to break into the top 5 right now? It's going to take at least $70,000, like that 1972 Chevelle SS. Another one out of the Williams collection. Everybody's been walking by and looking at this because the presentation is so great. A 1948 Chevy 3100. They call this a Canopy Express.
Well, it's a delivery truck, and this is how they were built. The sides are somewhat pickup body sides with the side rolled here, but the openness, the canopy, no passenger seat. This is just built to haul stuff. Faux fruit, it's plastic. Faux fruit included. I love it.
Yeah, nice little mobile retail unit right here. Meant for curbside sales of fresh produce. And again, these were built by General Motors. They had a variety of utility bodies, commercial bodies you could choose from, including this, the Canopy Express.
And I love the presentation of this. I mean, they could just have something simple in the back, but they built this up exactly the way it would have been in its day. The fruit boxes, the produce, it looks like it's actually ready to go out. It looks like it should be in a museum.
Here the tailgate does open for loading. So a very, very useful and utilitarian vehicle, now restored to a very, very high standard. Oh, that tailgate is heavy.
And we've got another six-figure vehicle. We're over $100,000. Lady on the right handling the internet bid, and that's where the high bid is right now. $110,000 for a 1948 Chevy 3100, a Canopy Express. Boy, what big money when the car is right, when the vehicle is right, it brings it out, and that's exactly what happened. Somebody over the internet just paid $110,000. That's got to be a record for a Canopy Express from 1948. All right, coming up, we're going to see from 1968, a Dodge Super Bee, 440 cubic inch V8, 6-pack Holley carburetor setup, 3-speed manual transmission, that sure grip rear end. We'll see it here before too long.
Get out your sunglasses. This 72 Ford Mustang Mach 1 has a 351 automatic and is painted in what I am told is the rarest Mustang color ever. Bright lime did not appear in the catalog, but it was a regular production order color. There were few takers. It's bright yellow in the sunlight. It's lime inside, and I love it. Wow.
Yeah, 1972, the next to last year for this styling cycle. Only went 3 years. 74 would bring the Mustang 2 Pinto-based car with OPEC. But again, if you want a big Mustang, here's your next to last chance.
Well, remember, just yesterday we saw that 1973 convertible sell for $60,000. So there's definitely people who love that year or that era.
Mach 1 only available on the fastback of the sports roof, never on the sedan or convertible.
Spoilers front and rear, no rear window slats, that's okay. Kelsey Hayes Magna 500 wheels. A lot to love right here, especially this color. How rare is that?
Yeah, you had your choice of 3 different yellows back then. You had yellow, you had medium bright yellow, and of course this one right here that I think gets everybody's attention because it's really greenish yellow.
Bright Lime is its name. And it sells for $45,000. Now here at Barrett-Jackson, everybody's talking Broncos, old and new. Well, can lightning strike twice? We think it will. Rick DeBrule explains.
If you're looking for a strong segment of the collector car world, look no further than the classic VW Microbus. You know, once mocked as the hippie van, people aren't mocking it anymore. Now it's something they desire. It's something they dream of. That's because if you have a nice restoration on a great model, well, prices will regularly top more than $100,000. Get ready for the modern microbus. But instead of an underpowered flat 4 in the back, the new version will be all electric. Now, the official name is the ID Buzz. ID stands for Intelligent Design. Buzz, well, stands for electricity. Buzz! While there's already a version on sale in Europe, the US model won't arrive until next June. And while it's a modern take on a classic design, there's one thing that some folks say is missing. That's the big V on the front of the first generation microbus. It's so classic looking, but you know, there's really a reason for that. Yes, they kind of hint at it with the new design, but that's because that's supposed to be the past, and they want the ID Buzz to be the future.
Wonder how long before we get the ID Buzz Lightyear edition. There's the Volkswagen bus that Rick just showed us, and it is in the staging lanes and on its way to the block shortly.
Up at the block right now, it's Bronco time, a 1977 Bronco Custom.
Well, the first design cycle of Bronco, but final year, 1977, right here, become quite a bit larger in 1978, but again, very pure. This one here, originally a V8. We know that's got a G in the 5th spot of the VIN, not a 6-popper, a real live V8 Bronco, and it has been cut for the bigger, fatter tires.
Yeah, this one's had the surgery and had the fiberglass flares added, both front and rear. No harm there. Done in a contrasting color to kind of call them out. This one does include a Marty report to show what options it was born with. It did have the 302 V8 automatic transmission. You can order that for any production Ford from Kevin Marty Auto Works. And well, that's provenance. And if you're selling a car as original, it helps to have that kind of documentation available for several makes to prove your point.
$48,000 for that 1977 Ford Bronco. Well, something you don't see very often is about to roll up on the block. A 2016 Local Motors Rally Fighter. In this case, this also has a little bit of celebrity history. It was owned by Tim Lincecum, the Giants pitcher, who used to own this, and now it's crossing the block here at Barrett-Jackson.
Well, these had an interesting story. They were mass-produced. These were production cars. However, in many states, since they didn't meet, let's say, quite all of the safety and EPA requirements, they had to sell them partially assembled. So the owner would buy them, they would finish the assembly, which might be as few as a couple of nuts and bolts or might be more involved, to then get a VIN sticker from their state's DMV. But you want to go off-roading, on-roading, you want to go anywhere you want. Wow, I like it.
A lot of familiar shapes on these. Anybody who looks at the greenhouse, particularly the A pillar here, if you recognize the 1992 or so Mustang B pillar, I think that's what we're looking at, reversed and repurposed for the windshield and A pillar. But again, largely bespoke, as they say, a tube frame, all of it custom made, a 6.2 liter V8, but little bits of production parts. Why reinvent the wheel?
So they used to describe this vehicle as being co-created. The idea was they sent the idea out into the world and said, okay, come up with an idea, a way to do the fender, a way to do this. And then people would submit their ideas, and they curated those and then built the Rally Fighter.
So instead of crowdfunding, they were crowd engineering. Everybody got to contribute.
Yeah, crowdsourcing it as they went. This was built in Arizona. I actually had the privilege of going down and helping to build one time, but unfortunately, like so many of these great ideas, didn't quite survive that long. I think the company ultimately shut down last year. $45,000. I think they even used one of these in the Fast and Furious movies as well. Up at the Skybox, congratulations to those folks. Once again, that was the one owned also by Tim Lincecum, the San Francisco Giants pitcher. Let's take a look at what's about to cross the block on our McGuire's On Deck Cam. In this case, it's a 1966. It's a Shelby GT350 recreation. It's got an upgraded 289 cubic inch V8, and that'll be up on the block after they polish it up in just a moment. Up there right now, we've got a 1994 Dodge Viper RT10.
Well, indeed. You know, behind this is a Shelby Mustang tribute. And what do these things have in common? Well, Carroll Shelby was sort of working with Dodge and Chrysler Corporation. He was a consultant on the Viper. Bob Lutz, the head of Chrysler, said, hey, Carroll Shelby, help us out. That's why these have a lot of Shelby DNA. But under the hood, no V8. These have a V10. And if you can't drive a stick shift, too bad for you. These are all 6 speeds. No automatic Vipers ever. And that's okay by me.
Yeah, this is back when Bob Lutz was running Chrysler, and once again, they wanted what we call halo cars. It wasn't something, you know, to really battle the Corvette. That's not what the goal of this car was. This car was to show that Chrysler could build something big and mean, and everybody would look at it and think, wow, I got a Chrysler. It's got DNA connected to this. Maybe my car's a little big and mean. That's a halo car.
Yeah, the Walter Mitty effect, call it what you will. But again, they made thousands and thousands of Vipers for 15 plus years. And again, very capable car. No traction control. They were pretty much a tiger by the tail, but a lot of fun.
Not much comfort either. This was a machine that was a beast. $47,000. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, they had some wild colors with the 70 Mopars. 2 great examples here, burnt orange metallic, and then of course, Panther pink right here. This one, a beautiful example of a 70 Dodge Challenger. Less than 200 miles since a complete nut and bolt rotisserie restoration. Let's get past the color for a second. Come inside and take a look at the beautiful white vinyl interior, automatic transmission. And you can see the gauges in there. They were definitely driver focused with the tach right there in the middle. Now that burnt orange one to the right has the 383 in air conditioning. This one was built to go a little bit faster, no air, but I can't open it. Let's look right here. Has the 440 Magnum under the hood.
Well, nice try, Tyler. Just gotta work in the gym. Work a little harder on those muscles. 1966. In this case, it's a Shelby GT350 recreation.
Yeah, recreation is the word. The 5th character in the VIN is a T. It was born a 6-cylinder, but that was then. And that's a nicely rendered GT350 tribute. 1966, the 2nd year for the mighty GT350. Got a 5-speed manual transmission, nice upgrade. The beauty of the 5-speed, of course, is your top gear is an overdrive, which means if you hit the highway, say Route 10, Route 40 going cross country, you can cruise along in overdrive at maybe 1,800 RPM, save fuel, save your hearing. Now the trunk lids on these 2+2s are kind of interesting. They're much shorter than the trunk lids on the sedans. Not much room, but again, a great looking car.
$45,000, the hammer price for that 66 Shelby GT350 recreation, fully restored, only finished about last year. They only have 400 miles on it since the build was complete. A little earlier, we were previewing a 1968 Dodge Super Bee, and guess what? It has arrived up onto the block.
Yeah, this one here has some upgrades, if you will. This is a real Super Bee. It's a WH21H, which is a 2-door post, 1968 with the 383, but now has a 446-pack scoop from 69.5. Some greatest hits going on. A 4-speed manual, and again, this is a 2-door pillar coupe. And the good thing about these was that to save cost, the window doesn't roll down. It actually hinges and pops out. That's something unique to the sedan. The hardtop, the window goes down. But again, a nice Super Bee.
Yeah, and that scoop on the hood, boy, it just, when you see that coming, you just know. It's not just anything subtle in a Super Bee. You know, starting in 1968, the Super Bee name comes out. They go through 1971. It's just got that perfect performance.
I got to remember, the Roadrunner arrived early in '68, the beginning of the year. The Dodge Super Bee was a mid-year addition. Dodge said, hey, that Roadrunner is going crazy. You sold 40,000. We want a piece of that. So mid-year, they arrived with the Super Bee. And the cartoon creature is no coincidence. The Plymouth Roadrunner, the Dodge Super Bee, if it works for Plymouth, it works for Dodge, and it sure did. In fact, the Super Bee's back in 2023.
Yeah, and this was just a little more expensive, at least on the base level, than the Super Bee. It cost about an extra $130 over the $3,000 or so standard Super Bee. But, I mean, once again, just a nicely restored version of that.
thing I love about this was part of the Dodge Scat Pack, the cars with the Bumblebee stripes, which was the factory slogan. And here at the tail, there's that Bumblebee stripe going all the way around the back with a very artfully rendered Super Bee graphic, reflective, the colors there. And again, you could delete this if you wanted to, but again, the RT, the Scat Pack, they all hit the Bumblebee stripe.
let's talk about what's different underneath, because they share the same chassis, right? It's the exterior differences that are mostly different. What else underneath is significant?
Well, the Roadrunner and the Super Bee have a different wheelbase. The Roadrunner is actually a little bit shorter by 2 inches, but otherwise they are both B bodies, and you can get a 440 in these cars in 1969. This one does have a 440 upgrade, or the mighty 426 Hemi if you really wanted to go fast.
$53,000, that's the hammer price on this 1968 Dodge Super Bee. Gentleman on the phone, thumbs up. I'm not sure if he was bidding for somebody else or just telling somebody, guess what, I got it. Big money just crossed the block. Check that out, that 1970 Chevelle SS396, hammered sold at $107,000. That's our 5th 6-figure car of the day. Away it goes. Right behind it, Porsche time, a 911. In this case, it's a 2004 Turbo X50 convertible.
Yeah, the beauty of this one, it was sold new in Arizona and lived all of its life there. So, I mean, it is crisp, crisp, crisp. I don't see any signs of surface flash rust on anything in the brake department. So it's a nice example. Very pure.
So it's really amazing to think about the journey of the 911. You know, it replaced the 356 in the early 60s. And at one point, we thought it was going to go away as they brought out the 944 and the 928. They thought we were going to go to those front-engine, water-cooled, and boy, this 911 body style. Yes, they went to water-cooled eventually, but it's modernized, and that same basic 911 shape that we met back in the early 60s is still going strong today.
There is a description of a lot of preventative maintenance having been done on this, which is a great thing. Only 51,000 actual miles, but there's something called a pinned coolant line. The factory lines were crimped and in some cases prone to separation. When you pin them, you mechanically secure the fitting to the hose, and you can get away from that trouble. So that's something that's not factory, but it's a nice upgrade for reliability.
And this also has an X50 option package, which is it's got a larger turbocharger and intercoolers, a better ECU, it's got quad pipe extension, and it takes the output of that engine from 414 horsepower up to 444. There you see the quad exhaust.
I got to say, we talk about the art of the exhaust outlet at times, and sure enough, I love what Porsche did with this. It's a single in outlet, but it's been duplicated and sort of a circle within a circle. Just nice work. Small details add up.
And that one sells $54,000 for a 2004 911 Turbo X50 convertible. It just had 51,000 miles on the odometer. 1960 VW 23-window custom microbus, and I think what they mean by that is the windows, the Samba windows up above, have been added to this.
Yeah, this is not a Brazilian. It does not have the B in the beginning of the VIN. It's an actual, North American export unit, if you will, from 1960. It's the real thing. You got to love how the air conditioning on these, as April pointed out earlier, the windows pop out about 3 inches. All the air conditioning you can ever deal with, and some bugs if you don't mind a little bit of that in your teeth. But what a beautiful design. This is simple, but again, not a very fast vehicle. Load this thing down with your 9-person load, and you're not going to go very fast. But with that said, you'll be there in a lot of style.
Yeah, especially today. And it's so ironic. You know, we're seeing these Volkswagen microbuses, especially the Samba, the original Samba, selling for well over $100,000. More so than even Rolls Royces that were built back in 1960, in the late 60s. So just Volkswagen world can bring some serious money.
I like Mike's term commodious, and there it is. That's commodious. But if you look at the level floor here, kind of high. That's because the engine is located underneath it, like all Volkswagens. It is rear engine, and it's right behind that little door right there.
And I talked about the fact that the Samba windows have been added to the top of this. I believe that that's what's happened. But, boy, I got to tell you, it's not a simple thing to do. There's plenty of videos. You can watch it. It's not something you want to casually start hacking and putting those in. You need to make sure you do it right because it has some structural elements to the, some issues that could potentially creep up. So doing it right takes a little bit of time and effort and some skill.
I like the color combination here, the sort of a pea green and an off-white little red bead around the perimeter there. That's an anti-rub strip. I mean, it's nice. Some guys, paint it yellow, slam it. I like this. It's very pure, just like it would have been on the dealership.
calling this mango green and off-white, and it just sold for $50,000 here at Barrett-Jackson. 23-window recreation. Now, we pick at every auction a spotlight year where we want to highlight the cars. In this case, we got 1967 because of this guy, Evel Knievel. Remember that year? That's when he tried to jump the fountains at Caesar Palace. So Steve Magnante has found a car from 1967 that he wants to highlight.
I was 3 years old in 1967 when the Coronet RT made its big debut. Now, this is Dodge's first self-aware muscle car. Of course, RT, road and track, meaning the car is just as capable on the road as it is on the track. But following on the lead of the Pontiac GTO in 1964 that kind of started the muscle car thing, Dodge got their act together. The beauty of the RT was the faux scoop on the hood doesn't do anything but sold the heck out of cars, and a standard 440 Magnum, or in this case, the 426 Street Hemi. 67, also the first year for the Magnum 500 steel wheels, which were quite revolutionary for their time. And of course, the RT nomenclature all over the body of this car. This one's a Hemi 4-speed with a Dana 60 rear axle, original paint, super stock B drag car from way back when. But again, 1967, Dodge's first RT, a brand that is selling Dodges like mad today, Charger and Challenger, but it all started right here in 1967.
And in fact, that Hemi Coronet is the next car that we'll see up onto the block from 1967. So we look forward to seeing that. Meanwhile, we've got a pretty cool car right now, a 1955 Chevy Nomad custom wagon up on the block.
Well, in 1953, Chevrolet showed a bunch of prototype cars, including something called the Waldorf Nomad, which was a Corvette wagon. This is a nice little tribute to that.
Same basic styling with that Corvette front, the Nomad back, and $60,000 is what sells it to that gentleman right there. All right, some people say that they have Dodge and Scat Pack tattooed on their body. Well, Steve Magnante actually does. He's got the tattoo to prove it. Yep, let's go show the camera guy right there. Some people were born with it. He's one of them. There it is, that Scat Pack tattoo. That's why when we come to talking Dodge and Mopar, he's our guy.
Yeah, I'm branded for life. Dave Wise here, of course, the fellow on the mic, MMC Detroit, just started a YouTube channel if you want to learn all about what he knows, but this is a beautiful piece. Might look dingy, but that's honesty. This is an original paint black 4-speed Hemi GT or Coronet RT. Now, this thing was actually campaigned in NHRA Superstock B. That thing right there, that is the lift hook that was used when this engine was originally dropped into this car. Those are usually removed, but there it is. Unusual to see that. But the original black paint, I'm okay with the fading. A very rust-free, very honest example. We can see up on the B panels where the Superstock B nomenclature was rubbed out years and years ago. And you got to remember, the Superstock was the Class 4 factory muscle cars. B was under A, but again, B automatic would be an automatic car. This one is a 4-speed car, so this thing once left the line at 5,000 RPM with slicks on it next to GTOs and Mustangs, and probably spanked a lot of them, but a former Superstock B NHRA car.
Well, they first used the Coronet name back in the early 50s, right? But it really wasn't the performance car that we're associating with today. Of course, the Coronet wasn't designed to be a performance car. It's simply that as the muscle car era came in, we discovered that, you know what, we've got to take some of those cars that may be slightly mundane, boost them up, and have some fun with them.
I think branding, since 1962, Dodge had Max Wedge cars, but they never looked like anything. In 64, Pontiac showed the world, hey, put 3 metal letters, GTO, on a Tempest, and a station wagon 389 under the hood. I didn't say that. But Dodge says, you know what, that's a good idea. 67, the RT came along, and indeed, it's a self-aware muscle car is what I call it. The branding is what it's all about, but these really have power.
You see both the bidders on the right-hand side. Hammers in the air. They're going to come close. We're at $65,000, the current bid. And away it goes, $65,000 for that 1967 Dodge Hemi Coronet RT to those folks right there. If you're a racing fan, you'll want to check out Racing with Giants, Porsche at Le Mans. Narrated by Patrick Dempsey, Racing with Giants features archival footage and first-hand interviews of Le Mans winners Jackie Ickx, Derek Bell, Alan McNish, and others. Racing with Giants, Porsche at Le Mans premieres Saturday, tomorrow, June 24th at noon Eastern Time, only on the History Channel. Up on the block now, and another Cadillac that is really spectacular, a 1958 Cadillac Series 62 convertible.
Yeah, this is American post-war optimism personified right here. Now, 1958, the first year for quad headlights. Of course, 57, the Eldorado had it, but in 58, all Caddies got that newfangled 4 headlight arrangement. And there's a thing up here, the Twilight Sentinel, that little device right there. That is an automatic dimmer for your headlights, so you're going down the road, you don't offend people coming on. You don't have to remember to hit your dimmer all the time, but that thing right there is the Twilight Sentinel. And again, a beautiful example, very expensive to restore.
And honestly, this one's really, really nice. I mean, it's not like it was just absolutely painted yesterday, but boy, this looks better than when it came from the showroom. Interesting to look, earlier we had that 1949 Cadillac cross the block, and look at how the styling has evolved in just 9 years to 1958. And really, this is pretty much a carryover of styling from 1958.
Well, that 49 sold for $59,000. We're $2,000 above that. This one, the convertible, will bring more money, but the restoration on this kind of falls down under the hood. It's been maintained, but not restored under hood. Still, cosmetically, beautiful presentation.
It looked like they were about to sell it. Another bid came in. Way it goes, $65,000 for that 1958 Cadillac Series 62. Beautifully done. Congratulations to those folks right there. Barrett-Jackson is the place to go for all of the information you need about Barrett-Jackson. They give you all the, all the pictures of the previous events. You can research what cars are coming up today and tomorrow, and of course, future auctions. Barrett-Jackson.com. 1970 Dodge Challenger RT up on the block.
Well, this is called a pony car, and of course that's a reference to the Ford Mustang, which started it all, followed by the Camaro, the Firebird. Even American Motors with the Javelin got into the act. Took Dodge until 1970 to finally come up with their version of the pony car, the Challenger. This one here is a Borna 383 car, has a 440 upgrade. With the key thing about Challenger is the sunken grille. And in 2008, when the LC Challenger, the new one, came along, the designers intentionally included the sunken grille because they wanted that look. They gave away a half a mile per gallon, but they happily did it to sell those cars. But this is the very beginning right here of Dodge's first pony car, the Challenger. Panther pink paint on this one here.
Had a lot of fun colors that year. Go, man, go. But they also had some really boring colors. They had a color called orange, another color called cream. So not every color they sold the Challenger in was wild. But I gotta love this Panther pink. Definitely gets attention when it goes by.
New for 1970, these rally wheels we see right here. These are 14 inches. They're also available in 15 by 7 inch variety for the 440 and the Hemi cars.
Panther pink, not nearly as rare as that bright lime on the Mustang that Jim Wicks told me about, but I've seen a lot of mundane Challengers and Cudas repainted in this Panther pink over the years, haven't we?
Or Go Man Go, or Go Man Go as some people want to call it. $56,000 for that 1970 Dodge Challenger. Coming up before too long, we're going to see a 1968 Camaro SS custom convertible. Underneath the hood, a 502 cubic inch mated to a Tremec 5-speed. Welcome back to Las Vegas. It's the 2023 edition of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. We've been doing this here in Las Vegas for 15 years now. Seen all kinds of great stuff across the block, like this El Camino. Yeah, it's a great collection of cars. A great time to be in Las Vegas. 3 full days. This is day number 2. Only got about an hour or so of our coverage left, but still some great cars yet to cross the block, like this 2017 Mustang. It's an FP350S race car. About 5 hours ago, Christian Murphy previewed this for us, and it's a pretty special piece of machinery.
Well, it is. This is the spiritual descendant of the 1965 Shelby GT350R, born for racing. But unlike the R, this is born strictly for racing. Does not have a normal VIN, so you won't put it on the street.
They built 50 of these. This is serial number 45, as indicated on the data plate. And these were not dealer builds. These were all built by the factory. You got this car directly from Ford Performance Parts and Ford Motorsports. This car doesn't have a VIN. Instead, it has a Ford part number. They were designed to compete in the Trans Am series and other sanctioned racing series. And Ford Performance has a racing school. They operate at speedways around the country. So if Christian cares to bid on this and wins it, I'll buy him the school so he can go racing.
Number 2, of course, for drag racing, Ford sold a thing called the Cobra Jet to compete with the Dodge Challenger Drag Pack, the Copa Camaro, but Challenger and Camaro do not offer a road race variant, which is what this is.
These were very highly coveted when they were introduced. In fact, you had to apply to be able to buy one, and you had to have a valid competition license and significant racing history to be approved to make that purchase.
And Mike, I dare say that the vast majority, if not all, were modified into race cars. This one's in the bag as delivered. How many would you say are left in this condition? Maybe 5?
I'd say most of them, Steve, because this rolled out ready to race.
Well, $92,000 is what it took to acquire that. That's easily into our top 10. Congratulations to those folks. We'll check in with Christian Murphy.
Rick, there are some cars that just draw a crowd, like this 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 302. This car, well, it has bought and cared for all of its life by its original owner, Susie, who's right here with me. Susie, this is a really special car.
Thank you. I love it.
Tell me a little bit about it. Why did you buy it? What was appealing to you?
The appealing was it was just a fast car. It was going to be really fast. And my husband just loved this car. He wanted it so bad. So we finally decided we were going to order exactly what we wanted.
Very fast car indeed. Tell me about the time that you came up at the traffic lights next to a Porsche.
Oh, well, Porsche was way back behind me. He was like a dot. And he was in the other lane like he was going to pass me. He was over a mile away. And so, anyway, that car came up and I wasn't going to let him pass me. I just decided this was it. He's going to just hang back there and I wasn't going to let him get by me. So we drove about 2 to 3 miles side by side and he finally backed down. Because I told my daughter, she was 14 years old, I said, Wendy, hang on, because I'm not going to let him pass me. And he couldn't.
Such a wonderful car. We cannot wait to see this cross the block. A very special vehicle. Rick, this is going to be great. It's coming up on the block in just a minute.
More motor memories. Just like the song, Don't Back Down. Now, this Camaro just crossed the block, sold for more than $60,000. And how about a 2022 Shelby GT500?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when it's going to end. This is astonishing that we have 760 horsepower in this Mustang, and it's bone stock, which is twice the original GT500 of 1967. When will it end? I hope it never does.
So that full ready-to-race on Mustang that just left the block, you might say this is its street-going counterpart, although this was marketed by Shelby and not by Ford Performance Parts or Ford Motorsport. But wow, you know this. I mean, look at the carbon wheels, all the options. Only 250 miles on the clock.
This is the big 5.2 liter. No push rods here. The crazy part is that Chevrolet has 7 liters, Dodge has 6.4, Ford has merely 5.2. How do they do it? Well, superior breathing, no push rods, overhead cams, overhead valves, and yeah, a supercharger to make 760 horsepower.
Carbon fiber track pack comes with this one, along with the original window sticker, and the unopened owner's manual.
Well, not just your standard Mustang seats either. Leather-trimmed Recaro seats in there. Well, the hammer was in the air for a long time, and at the last second, $2,000 bumped it up.
Meanwhile, the other guy's going, sell it, sell it, sell it.
Now the bidder's assistant is going, look, you're willing to go 88. How about 94, 92?
Yeah, I promise I'll never ask you for 92 again, just this one time.
That's where it goes, $90,000 into the skybox. Another car that is easily going into our top 10. To break into the top 10 of the auction overall right now would take at least $68,000. Up on the block right now, we got a 1940 Packard 110 Custom.
4-automatic transmission here.
Oh, love these Packards. They're instantly identified from a far distance by what's called the coffin top grille surround and hood. What a beautiful car, Rick.
Well, that puts a cap on our 5 hours of live coverage here in Las Vegas. But fear not, we're just scratching the surface. We still have more amazing vehicles yet to cross the block this week. Welcome to Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas in prime time. Plenty of great cars about to cross the block, and we are into serious money territory. We've already had 6 cars cross the block at $100,000 or more. Now we've got this 1940 Packard 110 Custom convertible, currently bid at $50,000.
Very nice custom. Now the Packard coffin top grille and radiator shell and hood has been kind of toned down here as we get to 1940, but it's still very distinctive as a Packard. The 110 model designation, I believe that's the wheelbase on this. Plenty of room in the back seat, room for 5 on this one.
A Packard would be gone after 1958 in its union with Studebaker, but in 1940 it was still a prestige brand, and a convertible like this would have been one of the top models.
Now this one's had a lot of upgrades, modern gauges, new seats, LED taillights as you see here, but still, what a beautiful drop top and a great cruiser.
We see so many nice rods built on, Ford, Chevy chassis, all kinds of stuff. Not very many at Packard hot rods that I see across the block. We're closing in on 6 figures. We're already at 90,000.
This is all steel. It's not a fiberglass clone. It's the real thing. Nice.
There was negotiations going on. They thought they were going to get one last bid, but it did not happen. And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for $90,000. But I can see why. The quality of the paint, the quality of the interior, the quality of the bright work. Just a beautifully done car. How about a 2022 Corvette?
Well, this one's been pretty highly customized. Scrape armor, it says here on the added graphics on this. It has the Z51 package, which adds bigger brakes, carbon flash wheels, the engine appearance package, performance suspension, and the 3LT package, that is the deluxe interior. So a very highly optioned Corvette with 2,700 actual miles and a good bit of graphic freelancing.
And if you've been hiding under a rock for the last few years, remember, this is the long-awaited mid-engine Corvette. In fact, the engine's here, not up in front of the firewall, something that Corvette's lead engineers, or Arcastuntov, wanted since 1960, but here we finally have it from 2020 on.
So why white, red, and black? Because this car was a project of the National Corvette Museum. There's Jake, that kind of skull-looking emblem of Corvette racing that incorporates the Corvette crossed flags, and this is car 01.
The National Corvette Museum, of course, there in wonderful Bowling Green, Kentucky, a place where about 8-9 years ago they had that sinkhole. Google that, it's shocking. But to their credit, they pulled the cars out of the hole, dusted them off, and in some cases restored them and put them on display, rolling with the punches.
2,700 miles on the clock, just barely broke it in.
Now, something the C8 Corvette has that others hadn't had for many, many years is coil springs, front and rear. No more transverse plastic leaf springs for the C8.
I love the final price on this, $89,500. It sounds like an MSRP. Didn't quite make 90, but came really, really close for that mid-engine 2022 Corvette. Let's take a look at what's about to cross the block with our Meguiar's on deck cam. In this case, it's a 2013 Bentley Continental GT Speed Edition. That 6-liter twin turbo pumps out 616 horsepower. We'll see that up on the block in just a moment after they finish polishing. Meanwhile, we got a 1965 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck.
I love this. It shines from the inside out. This is powered by a Don Hardy built LS3. Of course, Don Hardy and his son Don Jr. out in Floyd, Texas, leaders in the altered wheelbase funny car movement, V8 Vegas, and Don Hardy's shop still very much active. Let's take a peek with the chassis cam underneath this pickup truck and see what we can find. Yeah, there's the manual transmission, box frame, aftermarket stuff all the way, dual exhaust, stainless steel stuff, 9-inch Ford rear axle, beautifully done underneath.
Well, they left the outside alone. You get a look at, that's not faux Tina. That is just actual, sat in the sun for a long, long time rust on that one. Nobody sanded down the paint and made it look like that. That's just from years and years of work. Notice how the tailgate is slightly bowed from carrying a load when it was down. But inside and underneath, this is all new and gorgeous. Really, really liking the plaid interior and the brown leather that's been added to this one. I don't care what it looks like on the outside because I'm not sitting on the outside. Get it?
I tell you what, it's getting love in the room. We're at $90,000 for a rusty truck, and it just sold for that price. But it's all that work that's been done underneath that takes what would be just a clunky-looking old truck and makes it something really special here at Barrett-Jackson. $90,000 for that 65 C10 Custom. Beautiful frame-off restoration underneath and a little bit of rust on the top. 2013 Bentley Continental GT Speed up on the block right now.
54,000 miles on this one, the Bentley Continental GT Speed Le Mans Edition. 6-liter twin-turbo engine, 616 horsepower, 8-speed transmission, 205 mile per hour top speed. This was a special order, limited production run to celebrate Bentley's success in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is car number 27 of 288 total. You may have noticed how these diamond stitch seats are all the rage. Well, it started here with Bentley. Then Audi, which is part of the same corporation that owns Bentley, took a look at this and said, wow, we need to adopt this. And other car makers followed. Look at the huge hoops, and those are lower than low-profile tires on there.
And of course, all-wheel drive in every single one of these, so all-weather performance.
The ride on this has got to be punishing. These are 275, 25, 24-inch tires. So the aspect ratio, only 25%. No compliance there for speed bumps and for ruts or potholes, but wow.
Once again, we talk about the Bentley racing history, going back to the 1920s, winning at Le Mans, coming back, winning with the modern, and then when they finally took the 2013 Bentley Continental to Le Mans as well. What a great racing heritage, and that one just sold for $80,000. The Bentley Continental GT Speed Edition with less than 54,000 miles on the odometer. 1969 Plymouth Hemi Roadrunner up on the block.
This is a beautiful car. It's got original front suspension, numbers matching engine, numbers matching transmission, Dana, a build sheet. This is a no excuse car. Don't miss this one.
Ah, you bet. Well, being a Hemi, it has standard Coyote Duster N96. We notice that the insets and the grills are reddish orange and they're vented. On a non-A96, this would be a metal grill blocking it off. Under the hood, yeah, the mighty 426 Hemi.
Oh, Steve, guess what? Oh, there you go. That's just our Barrett-Jackson tradition. Thank you, Cliffy, for reminding me that this was a Roadrunner, not a GTX, so we needed to do that.
Well, we're quickly up to $90,000. Somebody over the internet on the bid right there. And you notice the guy who's working the internet bid, he's kind of communicating between the internet bidder and the auctioneer. And it's like, boy, this is their guy. They're working for him. They're working hard. Now we're up at 6 figures.
Something important at the back of every Roadrunner is the little metal logo here, but only on the Hemi cars on the left. This very discreet, small little rectangular HEMI, telling the GTO or the Chevelle behind you better think twice. It's got a Hemi on board.
Urban legend says that the Roadrunner horn was taken from the Volkswagen Beetle. That is not true. It was a military piece designed for tanks by the Spartan Horn Company and adapted for use at Chrysler. In fact, the bracket for that horn, to put it in the Roadrunner, was one of the most expensive development expenses in building the Roadrunner from the B-body Plymouth Satellite.
$110,000, meaning that is now tied as the number 2 high sale of the day. Tied with a 1948 truck, as well as a Lancer Craft Elite runabout boat that was sold for charity. Up on the block now, this 1970 Mustang Boss 302. This is the one that Christian Murphy was talking to the owner of. An original owner car up on the block right now.
Well, restored cars are one thing, but this truly right here is the cream of the crop. An unrestored, original, unmolested, very well preserved. Does not get better than this.
These cars were special back in the day. They homologated these cars for Trans Am Racing. 1970, won the championship with Parnelli Jones. Absolutely amazing cars. Today, they still drive incredibly by today's standards. Do not miss this very rare opportunity by an original owned 1970 unmolested Boss 302.
Now this is a triple S car. The first S is the Shaker. The Shaker hood was optional. In fact, the Trans Am race cars did not use the Shaker hood. The second S are the slats. The derived from the Lamborghini Miura, slats over the window kept the sun from baking in. And the third S is the spoiler. Now look carefully at this and tell me what's wrong with this picture. This spoiler is on backwards. Needs to be rotated 180 degrees.
Now the big thing about the 302 and the Boss, it's not a regular Windsor. This is a canted valve, semi-Hemi if you will, the Boss 302. A high winding engine, 4-bolt mains, forged guts, big port, big valve heads, and the Shaker an option in 1970s. That's not your station wagon 302, it's a very special engine.
Think of the ones that have been traded 100 times over the years. This car was born with the same owner that it has today, 3 generations potentially in that family. Here's an opportunity. They do not come around very often anymore.
86. Well, to Steve's point, they're only original ones. So here is your opportunity, and there are probably very, very few of these left original in this condition. I run a Z28 in historic Trans Am, and we compete against the Boss 302s. The intake ports in the Chevy engines are much smaller. You could stuff your fist down an intake port in a Boss 302, and that's why they run at the front of the pack, and one reason they won the championship.
Way it goes, $86,000. You heard from the original owner finally parting with the car after all those years for $86,000 here at Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas. Once again, all these cars have stories. We love to hear them.
Welcome back to Las Vegas. Now about that Boss 302 that sold just before the break with the rear spoiler on backwards, Christian Murphy, he knows the rest of the story.
Well, the story behind that, Mark, is Susie bought it home from the dealership, showed her husband, and he loved the car, but he said the spoiler is on backwards. And she was aghast, she was shocked. She said, I'll take it straight back and I'll get them to swap it around. And he said, absolutely not. That's how it's come from the factory, and that's the way it should stay.
Well, that makes it even a better story car, doesn't it, Rick?
I love the stories attached to cars. Does it make sense? No, not really, but you never know how it happened. And once again, the family decided to keep it that way. And let's hope they were never going fast enough where the spoiler was really an issue. So, not creating downforce, not creating upforce, we're okay. 1933 Ford Custom Roadster.
Well, it is custom, but it's steel, not fiberglass, and there really is a 671 supercharger underneath that scoop with a 383 small block Chevy below it. So not a fiberglass kit car, but an actual steel Ford. What a beautiful car this is. I love the use of colors, medium blue, dark blue, and red. The three of them complement each other, ironically. Automatic transmission.
I am trying to figure out what car donated its taillights for this. Steve, I think they were probably horizontal low, like on a Merc or you know, one of those bathtub-style cars. Oldsmobile, maybe. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, one little trick. We can always go to the small numbers and letters that are cast in. They're from 1964. We know that much. And they're Chrysler Corporation TPCD, so 64, perhaps an Imperial.
That's good enough for me.
Well, you know what? Let me rethink that. Plymouth Valiant. Boom, right there. I think that's what that is.
There you go. Yeah. Right. I love the grabber blue exterior with the dark navy blue fenders. Don't know if I would have done the wire wheels in red, but they're pretty striking.
It has an old school hot rod look to it. And by the way, that's why you want to walk around Barrett-Jackson with Steve Magnante if you ever get a chance. His ability to spot those little details is always amazing.
Just be observant. That's all. Just slow it down and be observant.
Oh, but first you got to be able to know the information in your brain. And somehow that all got stuffed into Steve Magnante's brain. $30,000 for the 1933 Ford Custom Roadster. Rolling up behind it, we got a 1967 Chevelle SS 396.
Second year for this styling cycle of Chevelle, and really the blistered hood, the big blistered hood, was the big clue that it had the big block engine underneath. They kind of blacked out the grille, put an emblem in the center of it, and you get the 396, which began as the Mark Mystery motor of 1963. Smokey Yunick, Junior Johnson, many others had a hand in that development and ended up in the big block that replaced the W Block 409 as Chevrolet's big engine for these midsize cars.
Speaking of big engines in midsize cars, let's take a look at the chassis cam. There's the underside at 396, M20 aluminum 4-speed transmission, body on frame construction, open drive, of course, dual exhaust always, 12-bolt rear axle always, heavy-duty suspension with the sway bar always. What a nice car. And one thing, too, on this one, the VIN begins with 138, which is absolutely correct for SS 396. Not a clone, the real deal.
You got a black grille, a blacked out taillight panel, you got the blistered hood, and the consignor says this is an all original body with the exception of the hood. They've done a great job with this.
Bolero Red, $65,000 for that 1967 Chevelle SS 396. And speaking of 1967, that's our spotlight year. We're spotlighting some cars, and Mike Joy found one.
1967 was the debut year for Chevrolet's entry in the pony car wars, the Camaro. But 67 was a very important year to all performance enthusiasts. That's because January 1st, 1968, all new car engines were required to have smog equipment to reduce emissions. Today's performance cars have great horsepower and much lower tailpipe emissions than in the late 60s, when smog equipment, when it first came out, was pretty crude. So, you want a 60s high horsepower muscle car? Your last chance to have one that is smog equipment free is 1967.
And that smog equipment free Camaro sitting out in the staging lanes right now. We're going to see it bump the block in just a few moments. Meanwhile, we got a 74 Bronco Custom.
Close to the end of the line in 77, but again, nice upgrades on this. The 9-inch Ford actual standard fare, but nice to see disc brakes added to the back. There's the back side of the caliper and the rotor right there. This is uncut, meaning the rear wheel openings are still standard, but we can see the lift blocks between the leaf spring and the axle. That's how you get big fat tires under the body without slicing it open. Well done.
As we've talked about, it's kind of no harm, no foul with Broncos. If you want to customize them, customize them. If you want to chop those, chop those. But, you know, for those of us who like the originality, it's nice to see that, well, I can take that back to the original wheel wells.
Boy, beautifully done. New base coat, clear coat paint in a deep metallic gray with just a little bit of purplish undertone, and then those silver stripes. Now, none of these were two-door hard tops. They were all done with framed windows, as you'll see here when I open this.
$56,000 the price for that 1974 custom Bronco. Well, don't forget to watch our live coverage of Barrett-Jackson Super Saturday, which begins at 3 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow on the History Channel. And whether you're a true history buff or you just tune in for episodes of your favorite series, the History Store is your one-stop shop for exclusive and official History Channel gear. And if you shop right now at thehistorystore.com, you get 25% off using discount code HISTORY25. Now, that's valid through June 24th, tomorrow at midnight Pacific time. Terms and conditions apply. 1957 GMC Suburban Carrier, not a Cameo.
At the very top of the day at noon local time, Steve and I walked past this, and I go, okay, a Chevy truck by any other name, and he schooled me on this one, as he's about to do again.
Well, you know, it's a thing where the Chevy Cameo Carrier was a Chevy version. Of course, GMC, they also wanted to play along, so they had the Suburban Carrier, but different stuff. The GMC being a slightly heavier-duty truck, these cowl to frame braces, that's factory stuff, and the Pontiac V8 is what you'll find in a GMC, whereas the Chevy Cameo would have a six-banger or a small block Chevrolet. Remember, GMC set themselves apart from Chevrolet in the 1960s with V6 engines that were not used in Chevy, so they're similar but not the same.
Chrome yellow is an official GM color. It's code number 8035. Dove white are the accents. It's kind of a yellowish cream here, used in the bed and in the window surrounds. This is a former New Mexico truck. Boy, I like that chrome yellow. Boy, if that doesn't look like Richie Evans number 61 modified, I don't know what.
You know, speaking of these Carriers, whether they're Suburbans or Cameos, these have fiberglass sleeve side bodies. In fact, the same steel bed with a fiberglass application. They're no wider, no more utilitarian than a step side. But with that said, they're sleeker, and this started the fleet side movement right here.
Well, you'll be the only one on your block, the only one at the car show. $59,000. Cameos are rare. This GMC Suburban even more so. 1957 sells for $59,000. Coming up, we'll see a 1968 Barracuda Custom. This one's got a 5.7-liter Hemi V8 engine backed by a 5-speed manual transmission. In addition to the cars sold at Barrett-Jackson, they have tons of what we call automobile. You see it right there. Before the cars get sold, this gets auctioned off. And earlier today, we saw an early 1960s Wolf's Head motor oil light-up station clock. Check this out. Sold for $2,150. Oh, but it got better from there. A 1950s Seaberg Model C jukebox, known as the Happy Days model, because this is the kind they used on the show. This sold for $10,000. But the big seller of the day was this 1928 Ford Wayne Model 515. It's called a visible gas pump because you could see the gasoline. That set a world record price this morning when it sold for $130,000. Amazing money here at Barrett-Jackson. Once again, that's before the cars ever hit the auction block. Right now, we got a 1979 Ford Bronco Custom.
I think it's probably our 9th or 10th Bronco of this generation during the auction. And again, nicely modified. Still has a lot of stock going on. An aftermarket heavy-duty steel bumper, heavy-duty AC winch up front. And again, this has the coil spring front suspension with a live axle, but again, no leaf springs here, whereas Chevrolet over in Blazerland would have used leaf springs up front. Different approach to the same problem.
This one's had a 6-inch Skyjacker lift to accommodate those 37-inch Nitto tires on 17-inch American Racing alloy wheels. A 2-year restoration on this 79 Bronco.
Here we go. 44, 5, 44,
Well, and I love the shield that's underneath the gas tank. We just saw a brief glimpse of it. You know, if you're going to go off-road, if you're going to be banging around, just a little more protection. Now, it's not a lot, don't give me that. Not a huge piece of diamond plate, but at least a little more protection for that gas tank.
So Ford went from what we now call the baby Bronco to this, the big Bronco. But they weren't produced simultaneously. Chevrolet introduced the K5 Blazer, the big Blazer. Then they brought in the S10 Blazer, the small one, and they sold both side by side in showrooms for more than a decade. So just different approaches.
There was a Bronco too that was built for a while. I get it. It's vehicle soup, but save your letters, folks.
$48,000 for a 1979 Ford Bronco Custom. You know, the great thing about Barrett Jackson is it's not just watching the car sell. It's automotive history. It's a history lesson. And here at this particular auction, we have 100 years of automotive history. Here's Mike Joy.
This is how you start a Model T Ford, with a hand crank. And once you get it running, it stores in this protective leather boot. Don't you wish you'd been around when cars were this simple? Not me. I like my modern conveniences, whether they come in old cars or new ones. But just to prove there's something for everyone at Barrett Jackson Las Vegas, I'm going to take you through 100 years of cars, beginning with this 100-year-old Model T Roadster. From the 30s, the aerodynamic Chrysler Airflow. In the 40s, Cadillac was the standard of the world. Everyone wanted a shoebox Chevy in the 50s, as they did a Ford Mustang in the 60s. 70s, horsepower Dodge Challenger RT. 80s, pickup trucks Toyota SR5. 90s, total performance, a WS6 Pontiac Trans Am. The 2000s, liquid-cooled Porsche 911s, finally. The 2010s, opulence, the Rolls-Royce Ghost. And for the new roaring 20s, how about Tyler Hoover's all but brand new $150,000 MSRP Corvette Z06 with ceramic brakes and all the options. So there you go, 100 years of cars at Barrett Jackson, Las Vegas.
What a leap from a 2023 Corvette going backwards to that 1923 Model T. Yeah, they're both cars. They both have engines, four wheels, a steering wheel, but completely different. And I'm with you, Mike. I'm glad we lived today. 1967 Camaro RS Custom.
Well, it took Dodge 6 years to react to the Ford Mustang with the 70 Challenger, but Chevrolet was there only 3 years later with the Camaro, seen right here for the very first time in 1967. Small block power here. It's an actual V8 car, but check it out. Still has the original drum brakes up front and at the back. So far, nobody's got to this one with a four-wheel disc brake conversion kit. I dare say it won't be long.
Now, this would not have been born with the skunk stripes, so those were reserved for the Z28, produced in limited numbers, less than 1,000 in its first year of 1967. But RS stood for Rally Sport. Road rallying was a very popular activity in the 60s. You drove on public roads, and you had to obey a certain set of route instructions of what roads to drive on, where to turn, and what average speed to maintain. So Rally Sport went on some of these Camaros as a styling trim package, not to be confused with the Super Sport performance package.
And Mike, those were known as time-distance events wherein speeding was actually frowned upon, correcto?
Oh yeah, you had to maintain an average, barely legal speed. But of course, if you went off course, you had to make up time to get back on course and back on time on those TSD, or time, speed, distance rallies.
$44,000 for a 1967 Camaro RS Custom. It was sold new in Florida, and these days, well, it's living here in Las Vegas. They'll have a new owner before the day is out. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. Well, we got some more cars left across the block here in Las Vegas. Boy, what a week we've had so far here at Barrett Jackson in Las Vegas. This is almost the end of day number 2, and boy, it has absolutely delivered. We've got 6 cars that cross the block in 6 figures. The top sale today, $123,000. Right now, that 2023 Ford Bronco just sold for $65,000, and rolling up behind it, we've got a 1967 Chevy 2 Nova.
Well, it's a nice example of a hot rod for sure. You could not get a big block in a Nova, literally and figuratively, until 1968, but it has been done here. A Chris Alston front clip. The beauty of the Nova is the entire front clip unbolts. You can replace it with whatever you want. Go to the shock towers, and yep, that's it. Put a 502 big block under the hood of a Nova.
Wow, beautiful pro touring vibe going on here. The interior, I don't see much left. Maybe the glove box door is original Nova on the inside. Everything else has been changed. A very high level of fit and finish and construction, like this little kind of A-crate panel that was made for the tail. Very similar, but not quite as original. Inside this car, you're going to spend some time inside. You're going to enjoy it. And as I said, maybe the glove box door is stock Chevrolet, but hardly anything else in here.
The rear axle is something called a Ford 9-inch. We know what that is, but inside is a thing called a Detroit locker. And what that means, it doesn't have clutch plates or a clutch cone. It rather has dog gears, like ratchets inside, that when that thing locks, both tires are spinning the car forward, but around corners, it disengages and clicks and clunks. And that's normal. The Detroit locker, one of the burliest, meanest limited slip differentials there ever was.
Hammers down at $52,000 for that 67 Chevy 2 Nova Custom. Up on the block, this is the car that April Rose told us the story about, a 1987 Buick Grand National.
All right, Cliff McLeod, would you come over and lift the hood on this one for us, please? I want to see under the hood. Thank you. Okay, that's good. This does come, Steve, with a fiberglass lift-off hood, but they have left it off so everybody can see what lies underneath.
Indeed, either that or we have the optional X-ray camera lens filter going. Very expensive. Rented it from the CIA. But again, this is a real Grand National. But again, as I mentioned, it has GNX killing performance thanks to those bolt-on goodies.
Cliff, I hope you didn't strain anything lifting that hood.
Good. I'm good.
All right. Glad to hear it. Getting late, you know.
Well, the story, if you didn't see it earlier, that the son of the original owner is selling this. He bought a Grand National, and his brother bought a GNX, beat him right off the bat, and so the gentleman who owned this put in as many mods as he could so he could beat the GNX with the Grand National. That one just sold here at Barrett-Jackson. Let's check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. It's amazing who you meet down here on the off-ramp. Very special day, gentlemen. But in our future, something very special as well. We're going to where?
New Orleans.
New Orleans.
So the 28th through the 30th, it's going to be spectacular. The buzz is out there. It is such a town. We've been there. The food, the entertainment, people are going to love it. There is quite a hype for it.
I cannot wait. Steve, we're standing under a very special Corvette here. We're going to see some special cars in New Orleans, but tomorrow, here we go, baby.
It's all about Super Saturday, and man, do we have them stacked up. It's going to be an incredible docket, as always, but something about Las Vegas, it just adds a lot more excitement. It's a 24-hour hold no bar, it just tear it up town, and that's what we're going to do over the auction block tomorrow.
Unbelievable. Can't wait for that tomorrow. Fellas, one more question here. I think a lot of people are wondering what's happening in the market. How do you feel today went, and what is it saying? You're a barometer of what's happening.
It's a solid day across the board. If you watch the cars go across the auction block, Craig touched upon it earlier, the good quality cars are bringing quality money. The market's solid. Resto mods, classics, 50s. We even had a couple classics, but you've seen some of the cars from Don Williams' collection. Broke the bank because Don bought only the best. They reflected the best, and the price was exactly what you would expect with cars like that. So you get the same car, not the same quality, you get a different price. Yeah. Market's solid across the board.
Craig, what can we expect tomorrow? What are you looking forward to?
Oh, the supercars that are running tomorrow. Danny Gant's car coming across. That brings back memories of selling the 10 cars in 2010. Across the board, you've got Hemi cars. You've got the Demon Charity car at 3:30 our time tomorrow. So there is a lot of excitement of things to come. So great opportunity. Buckle up, 7 hours on History Channel.
I don't know how you boys do it, but you keep on doing it. Well done. We're looking forward to tomorrow. Rick, we've still got a little bit left to go. What's left in the tank, my friend?
Oh, there's always some fun left. Doesn't matter what time you're watching or what time you're here. $27,000, the current bid on a 1968 Plymouth Barracuda Custom.
Now this came in 3 body styles, the fastback, the convertible, and this notchback, which was more of a formal look.
It's true. I think Plymouth wanted to take on the Mustang model for model. They had all 3 types. I hate to say it that these, to my eye, are the least effective. It's kind of a notchy looking critter. I prefer the fastback or the convertible. That said, this one has a Hemi in it. Yep, a Gen 3 5.7 under the hood. Fits right in.
So not born with a Hemi, but converted to have one, and that's the engine you want. But I agree. This would be the Susie Secretary Barracuda. This would not be the one you'd take to the track.
5-speed manual transmission. I like that they've added a Chrysler 8 3/4 sure grip, which is not something that would have come with this car's original 273 small block. But again, that little Hemi under the hood, not so little. Make plenty of power and might break the 7 1/4.
And that's said with no offense to Secretaries or Susies.
You're in trouble no matter what you do. People forget that the Barracuda beat the Mustang to market by 2 weeks. But it's the Mustang that really took everybody's attention by storm. $36,000 for that 68 Barracuda. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover for a very quick and fun preview of tomorrow.
Well, I'm in off-roader row here. All the cool big off-roaders selling tomorrow, but this one really caught my eye. 1977 Ford Bronco Custom, perfectly executed. You can see the beautiful Brittany blue paint, but it has been lifted. Take a look over here. A 2-inch suspension lift and then a 2-inch body lift, so you can fit that 33-inch tire under there. Just gorgeous. Of course, inside you have that natural leather interior as well. All the modern comfort. This thing was built by Heritage Broncos, no doubt many hundreds of hours into this thing. And, well, it's always cool to see what they put under the hood of these resto-modded Broncos. And this one, see, Rick, I've been working out. I can open this hood. We got a Coyote motor, the Fox, or not the Fox body, but a 5.0 under the hood. Modern drivetrain here. Beautiful custom.
Boy, just amazing the quality of the work. And that's why that car is going to cross the block tomorrow on Super Saturday. It's a big build, solidly done. It'll bring big money, and that's exactly what Super Saturday is all about. Closed in on the final minutes of day 2 here at Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas. And up on the block right now, a 2010 Dodge Challenger SRT8 Custom.
Well, I'm not going to call this the poor man's Hellcat, but it has the 6.1-liter Hemi with a supercharger, highly modified, runs on alcohol, kind of like the Hellcat Demon 170. With that said, about a fifth of the price at this point in time. What a value. Nice car.
So that, Steve, explains why the catalytic converter has been removed. The seller says it would have to be reinstalled to make this legal for street use in any of the 50 states.
I wish we had the camera's smell-o-vision working, because the odors coming from the exhaust are strictly agricultural. This runs on ethanol. Very cool. High octane.
$24,000 sold over the internet. We're going to check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm standing with a car that's going to go across tomorrow on Super Saturday. 1958 Corvette. Now in 58, they got a lot of jewelry. We've got 9 teeth across the front, the quad headlights, beautiful stainless trim all the way down the tops of the fenders. I love the white coves here with the red body. Such a cool look. 1 year only for these suspenders. And of course, the exhaust exits right out the back bumper there. Now it's got the 283, 345 horsepower, 2-speed power glide transmission. And inside, it's all restored to original condition. Just a really cool placement for that tack right there in front of the driver. You know, Rick, it's just great to see a true collectible like this that hasn't been customized true to when it came off the assembly line.
Yeah, I love that. Beautifully done. Look forward to seeing that cross the block tomorrow as part of Super Saturday. Well, let's take a look at our top sellers so far today. Check this out. It was a Lancer Craft Elite runabout boat sold for a great cause, the American Cancer Society, $110,000. Tied with that, how about a 1969 Plymouth Hemi Roadrunner, 425 horsepower, another $110,000 sale. This next one is the one that surprised me, though. A 1948 Chevrolet 3100 Canopy Express, owned by the noted collector, the late Don Williams. That sold for $110,000. That has to be a world record. But the number one sale of the day, a 1967 Camaro Custom. 402 cubic inch engine, 510 horsepower, $123,000. That is the top sale of the day. But remember, tomorrow's Super Saturday. And that money, that's going to seem like entry-level prices for the big bucks that are going to come tomorrow. $39,000 hammered sold on this 2008 Bentley Continental GTC convertible. And rolling up behind it, we've got another Bentley, a 2005 Bentley Continental GT. If you don't like it in blue, how about gray?
Well, that convertible went for what looked like an astonishing low price because it had astonishingly high miles, 104,000 on the clock, and that held the price back. So here we have a similar car, but in coupe form.
Similar underpinnings, of course, all-wheel drive, W12 power plant, and 0 to 60 in what, 4.5 seconds?
Very much the Gentleman's Express of its day, which was 2005. The vehicle history report is very clean. This is Cypress green metallic over Savannah two-tone interior. A lot of burled oak wood veneer inside. Boy, is this gorgeous. Hard to imagine a more beautiful two-door hardtop shape given the constraints of safety and so forth at 2005, and we're at, I believe, 85,000 miles on the clock.
Cody, you out. 35, and now 7, and now 7.
Love these cars. The only problem is when you go to the parts counter at the Bentley dealership, they think it's still a couple of $100,000 car, and parts are priced accordingly.
I remember when I worked my way through college at Sears Automotive, a guy came in with a Rolls Royce, and he said, you know, that's the problem. They think these cars are so expensive. He said what he figured out back then was to go get Lucas parts that were used on other cars, but I don't think you can do that with that Bentley. $37,000, that's what that sells for. 2005 Bentley Continental GT. This is the last car we're going to see just a touch of, a 92 Land Cruiser, an FJ80. Remember, there's a few cars left to go across the docket. If you go to Barrett-Jackson.com, you can see all of the prices of the cars that sell after we get off the air. Well, what a day here in Las Vegas. We're going to take a deep breath and reset for tomorrow. You know, it's hard to imagine that it's going to be even better than today, but I guarantee that's exactly what you're going to see on Super Saturday. It all starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time on the History Channel. We have 7 straight hours. So, for Mike Joy, Steve Magnante, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, and Christian Murphy, I'm Rick DeBrule. Thanks for riding along with us, and we will see you back here on Super Saturday.